Hey guys, tonight we dive into the ancient, rain-drenched subcontinent, where India's sprawling monsoons paint skies with relentless silver brushes. The rains thunder down in sheets, creating rivers on the rooftops and streets. But as you peek from your window, watching the world dissolve into droplets, you might wonder, could you ever have predicted these storms with nothing but the stars above? Spoiler, you probably won't survive this with dry socks. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Post where you're tuning in from too, and the local time, because I want to know who's braving the midnight hours for this adventure. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The monsoon's first rumbles often herald a celestial dance across the evening's horizon. Ancient skies darken, rains breathe life into India's parched lands. Those very clouds, rolling and grumbling, serve not just as life-givers, but as a canvas for ancient astronomers. As you stand barefoot in a flooded courtyard, feeling each rivulet seek new paths through worn stones, the skies open entirely. Torrential, yes, but predictable for those willing to read the heavens. The rain soaks into the earth, revitalizing thirsty crops, while you gaze upward, seeing more than just sheets of water. You see patterns. Farmers pause, their bodies drenched, mud clinging to their calves, but their eyes, their minds shift skyward. The stars between storms reveal secrets few could decipher. Between thunderous rumbles, one might catch a glimpse of constellations playing hide-and-seek with cloud cover. It's in this moment, between downpour and drizzle, that you realize why ancient astronomers became obsessed with celestial signs. Remember, we're not just fighting off mildew here. The stakes are cosmic. Every star visible in those fleeting breaks becomes both a promise of the monsoon's end and a guide through the agricultural maze. These skywatchers of yore weren't stargazing for leisure. They were tracking the dance of planets and stars to map life's very rhythms. A curious fact: the Greek traveler Megasthenes, visiting around 300 BCE, noted how Indian astronomers could even predict rainfall patterns. Historians still argue whether their methods were more science or sorcery. But let's lean toward the mad scientist in a monsoon theory for now. Can you picture it? Amidst all that soaking wet reality, you spot the familiar outline of Orion, Jayastha, in Vedic tradition, flashing through a gap in the torrential sky. Each such sighting between driving waves of monsoon wasn't just a lucky glimpse, it was a data point. Now, we're not saying you need to trudge through puddles while reciting ancient Sanskrit to update your weather app. However, as the rain patters, consider how those same skies our ancestors peered into, in between getting absolutely drenched, shaped entire eras of agriculture. Every break in the storm allowed a peek at celestial navigators. One quirky tradition holds that during certain monsoon nights, when you could see just the faintest twinkle of Arundhati from the pair of Vasistha. People would offer prayers to ensure bountiful harvests. The logic: if we can see your light through this downpour, bless us with your favor. But here's where we wade deeper into the downpour. Picture ancient observatories, half submerged, but still operating. These were not fancy glass domes, but open terraces with carefully etched stones, acting as primitive, yet surprisingly effective, compasses to the cosmos. So effective, in fact, that when you look up now, you're following paths mapped by those who wore rain like a second skin. Rain slicks your skin as you stretch your thoughts, a sky punctuated by meteor showers, and the occasional visible comet, each flash a cue, an omen, a riddle wrapped in rainwater. You realize that tracking celestial movements might just be as challenging as dodging monsoon puddles. And what about those monsoon legends blending with star lore? Some say that Rohini, the red star in Taurus, brings rain when it rises with the new moon. Was this an astute meteorological observation, or purely mystical wishful thinking? Historians still argue whether Vedic astronomy was a spiritual pursuit or an early form of meteorology. The irony: imagine studying ancient scrolls inscribed with astronomical charts. Some scholars believe certain texts were written during monsoon breaks in between thunderclaps that shook the inkpots. Now, take a breath. Feel the imaginary monsoon air, heavy with humidity and anticipation. As our ancestors knew, each star seen amid the torrential curtain wasn't just a point of light. It was a beacon guiding life's delicate balance between drought and deluge. In the lull between thunderstorms, when the skies parted ever so slightly, ancient astronomers could decipher not just the constellations, but the essence of time itself. Each drip of water carried not only nutrients, but also knowledge, preserved through generations. So, you see, the next time you hear the first drops of the monsoon splashing against your window, think beyond the puddles. Between those fat raindrops lies the sky, a living diary of seasons, each star a page, each planet a chapter. The monsoon isn't just water, it's a cosmic ballet, with astronomers as the orchestra conductors, deciphering and predicting the very essence of the storms. In these ancient skies, through the rain-soaked nights and flooded fields, our ancestors navigated both their worldly duties and the celestial rhythms that shaped their lives. Between the monsoon's roar, every star chart was a lifeline, each break in the clouds a lesson in harmony between earth and sky. So there you are, barefoot and sodden, marveling at how much more than just an umbrella these ancient astronomers wielded. In their gaze, they held the monsoon's beat, its rise and fall, all punctuated by the heavens' unyielding brilliance. Between each splash and each flash, they found the dance of the stars. And so can you, if you only learn to see through the downpour. Monsoon rains would soon transform lush paddies. The sky was astronomer's canvas. You pause between cloudbursts, gazing up at the heavens that held India's olden secrets. Two luminous minds once stood here, their names forever etched in celestial chronicles. Brahmagupta charted the stars, while Aryabhata mapped lunar mansions with care. Think of them as India's Aristotle and Euclid rolled into one, just with better head turbans. Historians still argue whether Brahmagupta first described gravity's pull. Experts think this Gupta scholar, who calculated planetary paths with stunning accuracy, may have anticipated Newton by centuries. You, however, are more worried about rain puddles ruining your leather sandals. Fashion crisis averted, you turn back to the sky. Aryabhata's heliocentric model showed the sun, not Earth, as the system's center. Sounds obvious now, but try imagining vast cosmic dances in a world without space telescopes and pizza delivery drones. Did that guy ever look up while eating? You shudder at the thought of tandoori chicken splatter on his notes. This was no intellectual pastime. Gupta astronomers searched the sky for seasonal wisdom. Stars between monsoons revealed agricultural riddles etched in celestial constellations. Each twinkling dot was a puzzle piece in the grand cosmic jigsaw. But enough with the big picture stuff. What about star constellations named after spicy snacks? Legend says the constellation Vriskika was once mistaken for a fiery chili pepper guiding farmers to harvest time. Some researchers debate whether monsoon astrology first predicted flooding patterns, but those wet streets made for tricky observations. Imagine trying to read the night sky through sheets of torrential rain, squinting through water-blurred lenses while balancing on a bamboo scaffold just to get some celestial connection for next season's millet yield. You shift on gritty sand, peering through clouds' edges. There are Jupiter's old wanderings. Every planet's motion was a potential weather omen waiting to be deciphered. The heavens were a celestial script to decode, guiding India's ancients through rhythms of both the sky and the soil. Why were the stars so critical? Because the heavens held cycles that harmonized with Earth's own dance between downpours. Astronomers inscribed stone tablets, each mark a point of light anchoring seasonal passages. Mapping skies wasn't just stargazing, it was monsoon survival strategy. Think of it like a cosmic Yelp review, rating the weather seasons based on planetary alignment. Next came the sacred nakshatras, those 27 lunar mansions that punctuated India's celestial path. Each constellation held stories of gods, demons, and mythic creatures who still whisper from the void. Between star clusters named after lotus petals and serpentales, celestial navigation often read like an epic poem written by a cosmic poet laureate. Some say temple pillars aligned with solstice constellations, and historians still argue whether priests chanted hymns during solar eclipses to encourage the gods' favor, or just prevent the villagers from freaking out about that whole disappearing sun situation. But you stand on sacred ground where mathematics and myth intermingled to guide not just rituals, but entire civilizations. As you track Venus's trajectory, the morning star leading India's cosmic dawn, you realize there's poetry in planetary motion. Skyward arcs drew temporal threads through monsoon pauses, stitching together celestial wisdom across centuries. You feel a drop on your finger. Will it blossom into storm, or remain a fleeting tease between cosmic revelations? Those ancient skies still whisper to us today, each twinkling thread a strand in time's cosmic loom. Their patterns pulse through our GPS signals, rocket trajectories, and even reality check, satellite TV alignments for late-night movie marathons. Between Brahmagupta's math and Aryabhata's star maps, our modern knowledge rests upon ancient shoulders, watching patiently between downpours. As clouds part once more, you glimpse the Pleiades. You remember old travelers' warnings about navigating by false clusters. But here in Gupta's India, those same deceptions guided sages to decode nature's own encrypted cycles. Astronomy wasn't just an academic pursuit. It was the rhythm of life itself. Between storms and sun arcs, ancient minds etched universal truths to shepherd humanity through cosmic seasons. Your gaze returns skyward, tracing the sacred arcs that first revealed monsoon's celestial dance. Monsoon months held dual power, life-giving rains, yet cosmic silence enforced by storm-filled heavens. As tempestuous skies churned and fields pooled with rebirth, the skies withheld their star glow. But ancient sages knew. Between the deluges came celestial windows of opportunity. Farmers, now mud-caked and weary from planting, turned their eyes upward, awaiting the brief, clear gaps when stars might shine through. This was no accident. Their patience wasn't just for soil, but a cosmic signal that would guide the season's remaining rhythm. Experts think monsoon's timing wasn't arbitrary. The very heart of Gupta astronomy fused seasonal cycles with star alignments. The heavens above mirrored the earth below. Rain patterns danced in sync with celestial choreography. Modern simulations suggest a predictive accuracy that would make even NOAA meteorologists green with envy. But back here, the only satellite dish was the lotus pond reflecting the moon's glow. Historians still argue whether the monsoon's first drops aligned with the heliacal rising of certain stars. Picture this: a farmer squinting at Aldebaran through a monsoon's edge, ready to signal irrigation channels to flow. Now, imagine doing that after a night of decoding planetary conjunctions by starlight, no weather apps, or rain radar. Did these folks have the ultimate multitasking skill set? A quirky observation: some texts hint that Gupta astrologers might have, brace yourself, used planetary positions to determine the best days for haircuts. Apparently, cutting hair during Mars transit would supposedly attract prosperity. Think of ancient barbers debating celestial alignments as patrons squirm on stools waiting for their turn. Hold still. I need Mercury to hit that sweet, sweet trine before snipping. Stars between storms revealed more than seasonal whims. The ancients understood that certain constellations held deep agricultural secrets their rise, and set times marking when to sow, graft, or harvest. Monsoons became rhythmic intermission acts, brief pauses in the sky's ongoing celestial performance. Now you might wonder, how did they track time between those capricious storms? Stone tablets etched with lunar phases and star positions became essential guides. In essence, the night sky became a living calendar where every twinkling beacon was a temporal note. But the monsoon's fickleness wasn't just meteorological. Star charts, delicate in their complexity, were often waterlogged by stray clouds. Some temples housed celestial observatories, open-aired sanctuaries, where priests turned astronomers would await the briefest intermissions between storms. You can imagine them cloaked and eager, peeking out from temple eaves like kids spying the first firefly on a summer night. Let's recall that moment, the first clearing, when thousands of stars burst forth, dazzling after the oppressive cloud curtain. This wasn't just visual spectacle, it was a cosmic announcement. All right, Gupta minds, time to decode the heavens. You stand there, muddy puddles reflecting serious glint. An ancient voice whispers through time, why chart stars between monsoons? The answer unfolds. It's in those precious gaps that stellar patterns align most precisely with seasonal rhythms. As the rain eases, so does your gaze, tracing Venus's arc, a cosmic guidepost for predicting when to plant next season's crops. Stars between monsoon storms weren't mere curiosities. They were predictive tools in a society that danced in tune with nature's cycles. Celestial maps etched in stone, each line as intentional as the earth turned by farmers' plows. Imagine ancient engineers poring over these charts, debating which lunar mansion would signify the optimal sowing window. Is it today, or should we wait for the next clear night? Modern astronomy still grapples with that question. When should we plant? Just with satellite data instead of star alignments. Guess what? Ancient wisdom shaped GPS orbits and crop yield predictions. Next time your weather app gives you a rainfall warning, think. Monsoon whispers through silicon channels, carrying echoes of those who watched between rainstorms. As you stretch through the mud, feeling the familiar squelch underfoot, an ancient astronomer's wisdom reverberates. Stars above, fields below, both mapped by the same watchful eyes. Between each downpour, celestial knowledge was encoded, allowing civilization to flourish in rhythms synced with both heaven and earth. You'd almost wish for another rain interlude, just to catch a glimpse more of those guiding lights above. But for now, your gaze drops back to the monsoon's relentless rhythm, knowing that in the next pause, the heavens will speak once more. But for now, your gaze drops back to the monsoon's relentless rhythm, knowing that in the next pause, the heavens will speak once more. Stone tablets emerge from the earth, ancient scripts etched with celestial maps. These delicate inscriptions aren't just artistic relics, they're cosmic road signs for those who dared to read them. You run a finger over weathered symbols, each carefully carved line tracing the same paths your ancestors once followed. Imagine priests hunched over these ancient tablets, deciphering celestial riddles under flickering torchlight. Here's a fact. Historians found stone tablets with lunar phases meticulously detailed. Their precision suggests a civilization deeply intertwined with the skies above. No weather apps here, just the raw calculations and observations inscribed for future minds. Picture this: a Gupta sage squinting through a monsoon drizzle, quill poised, ready to record the moon's first sliver as clouds parted. One quirky tale comes from fringe texts. Some sources whisper that certain tablets were considered healing maps. Believers thought sleeping beneath a clear night sky, surrounded by these stones, could cure ailments or bestow wisdom. Ever considered stargazing as a prescription? Ancients might hand you a moonstone amulet with "take 2 stars" and "call me in the morning." But historical debates. Historians still argue whether these tablets were solely astronomical guides or served deeper religious functions. Stone constellations not only charted the heavens, but may have been spiritual signposts. Did Gupta stargazers see these maps as divine blueprints or strictly scientific tools? Open the books, and you'll find scholars hotly debating their true purpose. Those stone tablets had weighty responsibility. Farmers waited under rainy skies, relying on celestial readings to guide planting times and navigate seasonal shifts. Those etchings weren't just star patterns, they mapped life's cycles. Lunar phases marked the rhythms of sowing, grafting, and harvest, each celestial event weaving into the tapestry of ancient agrarian life. In moments of monsoon lull, you feel the air shift. Here comes a window into the cosmos, precious seconds of clearing. Picture yourself peering through torrential gaps, catching glimpses of constellations that aligned perfectly with agricultural rhythms. Each visible star burst forth as a signal, a nod from the universe saying, "This way, my earthy companion." Some think the monsoon's pattern wasn't just meteorological, but imbued with celestial logic. Stars emerged not only for sky lovers, but as predictive tools guiding harvests and festivals. Those stone tablets weren't idle records, but active guides, living maps to decode the heavens' influence. Imagine the conversations. Did you see Mars last night? Does that mean we plant the lentils under the next new moon? Every celestial alignment had its terrestrial echo. Star charts noted planetary motions, translating cosmic dances into planting timelines. You might smirk at modern tech's precision, but remember, millennial wisdom birthed these calculations. Tablets didn't just track skies, but life's pulse, their stone surfaces bearing witness to humanity's reliance on cosmic cycles. You lean closer to a tablet, Its carvings narrate an ancient saga, how the Pleiades rise forecasted rains, how Venus's arc dictated harvest weeks. These stones became keys to unlock seasonal mysteries. Between storm interludes, their guidance was sacred, each line a pathway connecting human hearts to the universe's rhythms. As clouds dissipate, you glimpse Jupiter. Did ancient engineers gaze upon that very star? Today's meteorologists would marvel. Did those readings shape global astronomy? Modern charts, satellite data, roots run deep in these stone wisdoms. Next time your GPS recalculates, picture a Gupta observer, stone tablet in hand, predicting the same moon phase. Echoes reverberate through time, showing humanity's dance with cosmic rhythms. You feel a kinship with those who etched these ancient guides. In moments of monsoon pause, they saw not just storms, but a map, celestial, agricultural, and cosmic. So as skies darken again, you understand why stars between monsoons mattered. Each celestial glimpse wove the narrative of existence, a shared language between ancient souls and nightly firmament. Until the next clearing, the heavens wait, ready again to whisper their wisdom. Ancient calendars flicker into view, timepieces aligned to the dance of stars. You trace the carved lines, noticing how they track not just the passing of days, but the deeper rhythms of the skies. Imagine a Gupta astronomer, quill in hand, recording the moon's gradual phases as it guides the monsoons, ebb and flow. Here's a fact. Gupta calendars meticulously charted lunar cycles, helping communities prepare for seasonal shifts well before modern meteorology. This precision allowed ancient farmers to anticipate agricultural needs with remarkable accuracy. Picture yourself in the fields, following celestial cues to plant or harvest. The moon's glow, your only light. One quirky tidbit comes from tales of cosmic diets. Some believe that certain phases of the moon influenced food rituals. Imagine your great-grandfather saying, "We can only eat lentils during the crescent moon," a fusion of celestial timing and culinary traditions. Who needs diet apps when the cosmos guides your pantry? Historians still argue whether these lunar observations were purely practical or held mystical significance. Were ancient calendars just tools, or did they also embody deeper spiritual beliefs? Picture stargazers huddled together, debating if the lunar eclipse was merely a timekeeper or a divine event. The line between science and spirituality often blurred in these ancient times. These ancient calendars traced the sun's travels, marked the moon's cyclical journey, and monitored seasonal shifts with meticulous care. They weren't just timetables, they served as life maps. Lunar phases, solar arcs, and even planetary movements all spoke through these carved stones. Each date you flip, a glimpse into humanity's ceaseless dialogue with the cosmos. You ponder an age-old question. Did these lunar readings influence our modern-day calendars? You trace the stone patterns, each groove and line a testament to civilizations that navigated their worlds by the stars. Next time you grumble about daylight saving time, think of those precise Gupta astronomers who once held time in their hands, carved into unyielding rock. Those celestial timepieces had a dual role. Farmers waited anxiously for the moon's shifts to dictate planting windows, while priests readied for sacred festivals keyed to cosmic alignments. It wasn't just about keeping time. It was about living it, breathing it. Through each moonlit cycle, they understood that time is fluid, ebbing with celestial tides. Each phase a new wave, guiding life on Earth. Some think monsoons themselves were predicted through these lunar readings. Each moon phase acted as both a timer and a weather forecaster. That next silver sliver, the Gupta calendars signal to brace for rain. Imagine standing in the downpour, nodding knowingly as the storm confirms what the moon had foretold. You marvel at how the Gupta era's lunar precision compares to our modern obsession with digital clocks. Yet, their reliance was on celestial rhythms. The sun and moon their only compass, they embraced time's natural flow, unmarred by electronic screens. These calendars weren't merely schedules, but poetic sagas of starlight, each passage a dance step in humanity's eons-long waltz with the universe. Historians speculate whether some of these calendars included celestial omens. Was a particular planetary alignment considered a harbinger of prosperity or peril? Picture ancient sages debating under star-studded skies. Does Venus in Pisces indicate a bountiful harvest, or should we prepare for drought? The mysteries of celestial influence were woven into their everyday lives. Each night a sacred text. Those ancient timepieces didn't just measure hours, they measured heartstrings. They captured weddings, harvests, and sacred rituals, all tuned to cosmic rhythms. Some say these lunar calendars could even track personal milestones. Imagine birthdays, anniversaries, and life's transitions, not by a numbered clock, but through the moon's soft glow. Each phase a new chapter. As you turn over the final page of stone, you see a deeper truth. Time's essence is found not in rigid timelines, but in celestial cycles. Those Gupta astronomers understood this, inscribing their wisdom into the earth. Today's watches tick on, but in each tick, remember the ancient call of stars and moon, a timeless dialogue between humanity and the cosmos. As dusk settles, you smile, knowing that the next rain is just another verse in this eternal story. You feel a sense of timelessness wash over you as the calendar's last carved mark settles into your understanding. The Gupta astronomers' touch on time is more poetic than any digital readout could hope to be. Each notch and curve sings of a cosmic ballet, where the moon's phases aren't merely symbols, but living companions guiding human life. Glimpses of a golden era emerge like constellations against the dusk. This was an age when knowledge flourished under royal patrons, whose interests sprawled beyond earthly boundaries. Picture yourself in a grand court, royal scholars and keen astronomers converge, all devoted to understanding the sky's whispers. The Gupta emperors weren't just kings, they were patrons of brilliance, champions of the intellect and arts. It's said they valued knowledge so deeply that libraries overflowed with scrolls, and debates often lasted through moonrise. But what was such astronomical knowledge really worth? Some scholars propose that astronomy was an elite's toy, a pastime for those disconnected from daily toil. Yet, historians argue whether this science truly held sway over the populace. Did every villager glance skyward with the emperor's precision? Or was this wisdom kept cloistered in the courts, perhaps under those ancient skies? Both scholar and peasant peered upward, each seeing answers in celestial glints. Golden age or not, think about how astronomy seeped into daily life. Ancient tools like armillary spheres became not just academic playthings, but life guides. In stone chambers lit by moonlight, priests consulted these instruments not to divine celestial paths alone, but to bless seeds for the coming planting season. The night skies revealed more than stellar coordinates. They wove into the fabric of worship, a divine calendar marking festivals and sacrifices. Every celestial dance was a ritual, every star a sentinel proclaiming a day to toil or to celebrate. Take the quirky tales of zodiac farming. Yes, the zodiac, believe it or not. Some practitioners swore that specific constellations brought particular fortunes to the fields. Taurus might shower blessings upon wheat, while Virgo was the water bearer for lentils. Historians chuckle at this old superstition, though some still wonder if there was truth hidden within stargazers' anecdotes. Were these celestial signs mere whimsy, or did ancient India's farmers truly believe that constellations dictated their prosperity? Meanwhile, the open question still nags. What about those omen-laden alignments? Did farmers truly change their planting schedules according to them? The lines between pragmatism and mysticism weren't just blurred. They danced together like cosmic partners. Remember those carved calendars? They were the ancients' bridge to understanding rain cycles and celestial warnings all in one. Picture yourself sowing seeds or harvesting grains, each action synchronized with the stars' whispered commands. And in this grand tapestry, Brahmagupta emerged as an exemplar. The esteemed astronomer's gaze pierced beyond the stars' mere positions. His calculations, etched into those stone observatories, unraveled the complex ballet of solar and lunar paths. Some scholars speculate if Brahmagupta's mind held sway even to the Greeks' envy. Imagine him at his workbench, surrounded by scrolls unfurled like night's shadows, deciphering the universe's grand rhythm, one calculation at a time. Here's where the cosmic fun really starts. Amidst this celestial devotion, there's talk of star-guided yoga. Remember those Gupta-era manuscripts, hinting at yoga poses aligned with planetary positions. The idea was aligning your asana with Venus during Leo might just amplify health and inner peace. Historians still argue whether these practices were widespread or an esoteric elite's fancy. Was cosmic yoga a staple of ancient well-being? Or was it just a quirky footnote in a vast, moonlit history? In temples where stone and starlight conversed, priests might gaze skyward not just in devotion, but for divine timing. They readied offerings as celestial bodies aligned, their prayers synced with the rhythm of the cosmos. Sacred and scientific intertwine so thoroughly that you find yourself questioning their separation today. Every chant reverberated with cosmic timing, each ritual a verse in humanity's hymn to the skies. Can you imagine the night sky as your only guide to understanding when to tend the fields or pray to the gods? These astronomers, both revered and reliant, decoded the heavens not just on parchment, but on the pulse of their everyday lives. The monsoons rain, whispered promises by moonlight, and celestial rhythms interwove a tale of time's cyclical dance, still echoed in temples and terraces, where ancient India's heartbeats align with starlight guides. You find yourself in the middle of an ancient observatory. One step outside feels like stepping into the Milky Way itself. The night sky above pulses with more stars than you've ever witnessed, their luminescence breaking through the monsoon's humid atmosphere in brilliant bursts. Between storms, astronomers like the famed sage Varahamihira would pause their scrolls and look skyward, not just as a matter of study, but of survival. Monsoon predictions weren't merely about watching rain clouds roll in. They were the lifeblood of ancient societies, and reading the heavens for clues became an art form. Gupta astronomers held that the positions of planets carried celestial whispers about upcoming rains. Venus's proximity to certain nakshatras, those lunar mansions again, was thought to foretell the monsoon's mood, favorable or fierce. Imagine yourself among these ancient seers, tracking celestial messengers like Mercury or Jupiter to read the sky's oracles. Some historians suggest that as clouds thickened during the monsoon months, stargazers would even adjust their calendars, hoping to align human activities with cosmic forecasts. Historians still argue whether the farmers fully trusted these star-guided omens or simply heeded their practical wisdom. The line between astronomy and agriculture wasn't a dotted boundary, but a blur merging survival with the sacred. An example: during the full moon of Shravana, people believed that lunar-driven monsoons would peak. Temple records might note how certain planetary alignments, Jupiter near the constellation of Scorpius, coincided with unusually heavy rains, leading to bountiful planting seasons. That connection between celestial bodies and rains wasn't just mystical. There was a cyclical wisdom being woven into every charted sky. It's not all mainstream consensus, however. Some fringe theorists propose that planets' gravitational pulls subtly influenced monsoon patterns. Could ancient astronomers have unknowingly tapped into a real scientific link. Open debate questions whether that notion is pure speculation or a hint toward uncharted astronomical truths. Consider the quirky belief that a planetary transit through Pisces heralded not just rain, but a surge in crop fertility. Perhaps it was just the timing, Pisces rains aligning perfectly with planting seasons. Regardless, it's undeniable. People meticulously observed these shifts, blending myth with meteorology in a way that feels almost poetic in its complexity. You'd think they'd have the National Weather Service's envy amid these monsoon readings. Think of Gupta sages poring over stone tablets, inscribing detailed planetary positions. Their predictions weren't the equivalent of modern forecasts, but rather the best possible guideposts to understanding nature's rhythms. Each mark, each observation became a thread in a tapestry of celestial understanding. When torrential rains flooded fields, could farmers' fates be swayed by these ancient stargazers' foresight? In this convergence of cosmos and agriculture, the stakes were nothing less than life, or rather, crops themselves. What may surprise you is that this celestial attention wasn't confined to scholars alone. Village elders, farmers, even common folk, everyone from the emperor to the fieldworker, kept an eye skyward, attuned to the heavens' cyclical promises. Even if not all adhered to elite astronomical principles, a shared understanding existed. The stars whispered not just of time, but of life's very survival between monsoons. In this sacred blend were science and spirituality entwined. Perhaps both highborn sage and hardworking villager shared celestial wisdom. Their combined gaze formed a living, breathing connection with the sky's enigmatic promises. You can almost picture star charts not just as diagrams, but as seasonal heralds. The monsoons weren't just rains, they were a celestial dance, a rhythmic interplay between Earth and cosmos. With each planetary cycle, the Gupta astronomers were both skybound observers and life-bound guides, bridging the ethereal and the everyday. As storms would break and fields glistened with hope, one can only ponder how much those ancient, starry gazes shaped the soil below. Between these moments of rain and respite, the link between the divine and the daily thrived, leaving echoes in the very grains that fed ancient India. As the rains pause, you find the stars shining with renewed clarity, their positions pivotal for understanding planetary motions. Ancient astronomers turned their gaze skyward, not just to observe, but to decode. The wanderers, they called them, Mercury, Venus, Mars, celestial travelers etching mysterious paths against the dark. Imagine yourself alongside Aryabhata, your eyes tracing Venus's arc through the night. This wasn't mere curiosity. These paths revealed secrets about time itself. Historians still argue whether Vedic scholars thought of celestial bodies as gods walking among them, or merely celestial timekeepers. Was Mercury a cosmic messenger, or just a planet caught in the sun's gravitational pull? What if I told you some Gupta records hint at an almost shockingly modern understanding of retrograde motion? Not that they'd call it that, more likely the backward dance of the wanderers. Every celestial shift became both a spiritual omen and a piece of cosmic clockwork. A quirky yet intriguing belief was that Jupiter's position influenced royal fortunes. Some sages actually thought eclipses foretold a ruler's rise or fall. Of course, this likely served the emperor's PR as much as the scholar's insights. Picture a king sitting a bit straighter on his throne when Jupiter passed through Leo, hoping to catch some divine spillover. Would it surprise you to learn even today there's open debate about whether ancient Indian astronomers fully grasped heliocentrism centuries before Europe did? Some fringe analyses suggest the Vedanga Jyotisha hinted at a sun-centered model, which would, frankly, make them millennia ahead in cosmic terms. Gupta-era temples were sometimes aligned with certain stellar paths. Experts think this wasn't just divine symbolism, but navigational tools. Imagine mapping your temple so that on the equinox, light passes through specific windows to mark planting seasons, a cosmic lighthouse guiding both the spirit and the harvest. You know, some historians half-jokingly argue that ancient Indians made the world's first astro-GPS, a quirky idea, but seeing how every stone carving, every temple dome spoke to the skies, perhaps there's something to it. Observing planets between monsoons became a ritual dance of its own. Stars served as celestial clocks, each rise and fall marking a temporal lesson. While tracking rain patterns, sages deciphered Mercury's closest passes to Venus, mapping them as keys to agricultural success. Did they know the actual gravitational interactions, or was that knowledge hidden in their poetic metaphors? Even their stone tablets hint at debates we're still having, leaving the modern mind both impressed and slightly envious. Mercury's erratic zigzags across the sky fascinated and puzzled Gupta astronomers. They dubbed it the trickster, a rogue wanderer not chained to predictable patterns. But here's where it gets meta. Remember how stargazers thought planets influenced royal fortunes? Well, scholars still argue if they also believed Mercury's chaos mirrored a ruler's challenges, as if the cosmos itself mirrored earthly struggles. You might chuckle thinking it's just astrological projection, but consider how every monsoon flood mirrored life's own unpredictabilities, each celestial omen reflecting both heavenly rhythms and human resilience. These nightly vigils were not merely scientific experiments, but spiritual communions. Each planetary movement, each star's gentle pulse across the sky held the promise or warning of what was to come. You stand there between two worlds, where the divine and the daily meet in a dance as timeless as the monsoon rains themselves. As Mercury glides into twilight, you can't help but feel that celestial rhythm flowing through you, guiding not just the harvest, but life's very pulse between monsoons. the stars still whisper their ancient songs, and you are attuned, perhaps, as they always intended. Some of the most vivid stories come from the nakshatras, those sacred lunar mansions that divided the night sky into 27 parts. Imagine looking up as a Gupta sage did, seeing those star groups not as random dots, but as celestial storytellers. Each nakshatra had its own myth, its own personality. Ashwini, the first mansion near the equinox, was the twin horses heralding the dawn. How poetic that even the skies seemed to celebrate beginnings and cycles. Speaking of beginnings, historians still argue whether the nakshatras influenced early Greek constellations. Surprising, right? Some fringe scholars believe knowledge traveled along ancient trade routes, bringing Indian celestial wisdom westward. The Greeks might owe their zodiac more than we suspect, whether that's actual influence or just celestial serendipity remains an open debate. One quirky nakshatra myth has Bharani, two female warriors. Legend says those stars marked a time when women warriors guided seasonal plantings. Imagine a world where star patterns not only guided plows, but also celebrated matriarchal authority. Every clear night became a silent retelling of cultural histories, as much about humans as about the heavens. Those 27 divisions also had a more down-to-earth purpose. Lunar phases provided natural calendars. Nakshatras added celestial precision. Picture yourself mapping crops. Moon phases marked larger seasons, while nakshatras brought daily, almost hourly, fine-tuning. The constellations weren't just stories. They were living tools. Each star's rise and fall woven into agricultural and spiritual life. There's something endlessly intriguing about how the night sky served both divine and practical functions. The Pleiades' appearance heralded monsoon rain's arrival, offering both a spiritual omen and a weather forecast. Every flash of light carried multiple messages. A cosmic carrier pigeon delivering the dual scripts of fate and climate. The concept of the nakshatras extended even into daily worship. Certain nights called for offerings specific to that lunar mansion's deity. You could almost hear the whispered mantras rising under Dhruva, the pole star, which marked unchangeable fate, or Punarvasu, the stars of renewal. This was not just about watching and waiting. It demanded an intricate dance between skywatchers and their celestial guides. Gupta-era texts often portrayed the nakshatras as guides for life's journeys. Some stories say they were paths traveled by the soul after death. Picture a spiritual map where each star group was a waypoint, guiding the newly departed through cosmic realms. It's oddly poetic to think of the dead making celestial crossings under the same familiar constellations that watched over our own harvests and homecomings. Some scholars claim that the nakshatras even shaped early Ayurvedic practices. Certain stars were believed to influence both medicine and moods. Was health truly a cosmic dance? Imagine the nakshatras aligning, and a healer prescribing treatments by the phase of the moon and position of the stars. Whether or not efficacy relied solely on heavenly alignment remains an open and probably forever debated question. Even in modern times, the old nakshatras still sparkle with both mystery and practicality. Astrologers use those same divisions to cast horoscopes. It's fascinating how ancient patterns provide both spiritual guidance and seasonal forecasts, a testament to the enduring pull of celestial narratives. Maybe the key to unlocking future mysteries lies between those ancient mansions, still whispering myths and facts in equal measure. Think of all the nights spent gazing between storms, eyes tracing those mythic star groups as they shifted with the seasons. The nakshatras were compasses, calendars, and spiritual guides, each twinkling part of a divine manuscript, written with cosmic ink. You can almost hear the hushed conversations, feel that ancient pulse still beating between monsoons. Stories held together by starlight, binding time and wisdom in a luminous embrace. You watch as a constellation rises, its ancient name a silent mantra spoken into the night. Those same stars that watched over the first farmers now blink over your shoulder, as well old symbols that refuse to fade. There's something deeply comforting in being part of that continuum, a celestial rhythm that bridges the past and today. Each nakshatra a glowing verse in a never-ending tale. The stars murmur their olden wisdom, bridging celestial and human worlds, one monsoon at a time. Rituals begin with an odd preparation, grinding sandalwood paste. It's not just aromatic, it's believed to summon the stars' attention. Priests anoint their foreheads, the very spot where, some say, celestial wisdom enters. Historians still argue whether this paste played a role beyond symbolism. Did sandalwood's scent attract insects that illuminated the night, perhaps a side effect of stargazing rituals? You find the priests arranging small oil lamps, a delicate line on the stone altar. Each flicker echoes the starlight above. But here's a twist. Some nakshatras require blue flames. How did they manage that? By adding crushed copper to their oils, creating an eerie, almost otherworldly glow. Fringe theories claim this hue helped sharpen night vision. Whether this was deliberate or coincidental remains one of those Gupta riddles left unsolved. Next, offerings specific to that night's lunar mansion. For Ashwini, you'd present spring flowers. For Kritika, fiery red fruits. This wasn't mere decoration. Each item had symbolic weight. Ashwini's blooms welcomed new beginnings, while Kritika's fires embodied transformative power. Some scholars think these offerings influenced early feng shui practices, aligning earthly elements with celestial patterns. Another connection awaiting confirmation in the shadowy corridors of history. Now the chants begin, slow, rhythmic intonations. The nakshatras aren't just observed, they're invoked. Priests call upon the deities governing each star group. Picture your voice joining theirs, an ancient mantra for the pole star Dhruva echoing through the night. Experts think this practice may have originated as a mnemonic device. The stories weren't just for show. They helped astronomers memorize complex star patterns. Whether rote memorization or divine communion, the chants carried wisdom through time. Notice how the priests move, aligning themselves with star groups, a living constellation on Earth. Some nakshatras called for intricate dance steps. This wasn't just ritual. It was a mnemonic dance, mapping the skies with body movements. Imagine learning the seasons through choreography, each pirouette, a celestial note in a larger symphony. Did the Greeks borrow just constellations, or these star mapping dances too? Another intriguing possibility left to ponder. Even weather predictions factor into these ceremonies. Certain nakshatras foretold rains. You'd find priests gazing intently at Kritika, knowing its appearance signaled impending storms. Their forecasts weren't just guesswork. They'd studied stellar cycles for generations. Some modern meteorologists claim traces of this practice linger in traditional weather lore. Was their accuracy fact, or just post-monsoon hindsight? An open debate wrapped in starlight. A final, peculiar element, the use of mirrors. Reflecting starlight back to the cosmos seemed to seal the ritual success. One Gupta text describes priests using polished metal discs to amplify celestial rays. Historians speculate this may have served a dual purpose, both a spiritual gesture and a proto-astronomical tool for better night visibility. Were these ancient mirrors the precursors to modern telescopes? A theory glimmering just beyond our reach. After hours of invocation, you're not just an observer. You've participated in the sky's living narrative. The priests' voices fade, but the starlight now feels personal. No longer distant pinpricks, the nakshatras gleam as co-conspirators in this cosmic dance. Whether they guide crops, rituals, or souls, their influence remains undeniable. Each glittering mansion still holds its ancient pulse, beating in rhythm with those who watch and wonder. You step away from the altar, and those same nakshatras that once guided ancient sages now twinkle over your path, their stories woven through time, rituals, and the very air you breathe. With the scent of sandalwood lingering and the priest's chants echoing in memory, you realize you've become part of a continuum. Each lamp's flicker, each mirrored ray, stitches you into the larger tapestry of celestial wisdom. Under monsoon-laden skies, the stars continue to speak, their secrets both given and withheld, one ritual at a time. Hey guys, tonight we journey to the heart of ancient India, where monsoon rains ruled the calendar, and the heavens whispered their secrets between the downpours. Picture yourself standing in a Gupta-era village right before one of those world-class thunderstorms hits. You're probably too busy outrunning feral goats looking for shelter to notice any stars. But bear with me for a second. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let us know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Night owl from Texas, morning meditation in Tokyo. Hit me up in the comments. Now dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You find yourself in the midst of the Gupta Empire's golden age, not the golden-hued sunsets, but the era when knowledge, art, and astronomy all reached zeniths. The monsoon breaks here aren't just quiet nights, they're celestial revelations. Picture this: you're perched on a rooftop after the deluge, droplets still clinging to palm leaves. The humid air thickens around you as a cool breeze whispers, bringing a moment's solace from the relentless heat. The sky, no, the heavens finally open up. Ancient astronomers knew this clarity was fleeting, but crucial. Monsoons in the Gupta Empire weren't just rain showers. They were the cosmic clock hands, defining time itself. Experts think those rare dry nights held more answers than a scholar's scrolls. Each star blinking into existence felt like a secret slowly revealing itself. You're not gazing at the sky, you're unlocking ancient libraries. Your pupils widen, not from awe alone, but from the sheer realization that every flicker above dictates seasons, planting cycles, maybe even festivals. Between each monsoon's curtain of thunder and lightning, experts patiently waited for these clear breaks. But why did ancient astronomers focus their celestial mappings in these fleeting moments? Historians still argue whether the monsoon's rhythm was a celestial metronome or just a convenient pause in nature's relentless reign. Let's dive deeper. Imagine how they saw these quiet nights. The monsoon's silence felt almost sacred, like standing in a temple where whispers carry through thick incense. Astronomers here didn't just chart stars. They wove connections between skies and soil, rain and rhythm. Those twinkling points weren't distant lights. They were timekeepers written in the constellations. You're not just standing there, you're part of an ancient, enduring practice. A practice that understands the universe through breaks between storms. Some might say, in those quiet intervals, the skies themselves exhaled, a pause allowing wise astronomers to capture glimpses of endless cycles. And here's a quirky note. Those ancient rain watchers might not have understood this, but they were aligning stellar maps with one of Earth's strongest seasonal systems. Monsoons followed Jupiter's shadows. Unlikely, but who's to say those ancient experts, armed with rudimentary tools, didn't suspect something cosmic was at play? Tonight's session isn't just a story of distant pasts. It's a living map leading you through time. You trudge through virtual puddles with scholars who first connected weather gods with astronomy. Monsoon breaks weren't gaps, they were bridges. Your ears tuned to those ancient, open debates. Did monsoons dictate celestial movements, or did stars govern rain? Answers shift with each quiet night's wisdom, each monsoon's pause. In some ways, modern scientists are still chasing those same mysteries, only now with satellites instead of rooftops. Some whisper of patterns missed by ancient maps, but could today's screens replicate what those first stargazers saw? Remember, during this quiet, astronomers didn't just gaze, they prepared. They etched their observations with a clarity they couldn't access during the storm, sharp insights during brief stillness. Think of it this way: those monsoon gaps, you might dismiss them as breaks in storms. But to the Gupta astronomers, they were heartbeats of the universe. Intervals between thunderclaps weren't pauses, they were pulses of an ancient rhythm, a pattern both audible and visible, connecting land, season, and cosmos. This session takes you well beyond rain and sky to a moment when humanity felt itself woven into the very fabric of time through an elemental pattern that continues to shape how we read skies even today. So every star, constellation, and mapped trajectory you'll glimpse tonight stems from this same monsoon-tempered wisdom. Each quiet interval gave birth to calculations and revelations, aligning ancient cycles with celestial phenomena. And that's how celestial mappings transcended time, not despite the monsoons, but because of them. Because between each burst of rain, in the quiet, the universe revealed its heartbeat. Those astronomers didn't just track stars, they tuned into the world's own rhythmic breathing. As you let this story unravel, remember, when the next thunderstorm rumbles outside your window, it's a cosmic pause that once bridged ancient wisdom with endless skies. Tonight's journey is just beginning. And in between the monsoons, ancient astronomers still whisper their secrets. The monsoon rhythm is ancient, its pace predictable as the cycles of day and night. You find yourself on a night where the clouds, for a rare moment, pause their torrential dance. The sky's breath catches, there it is, the perfect break you've awaited. When the rains relent, the heavens unfold in a familiar yet ever-changing display. You notice how the stars pulse with a gentler fire, as if sighing in relief from their hidden brilliance. This predictability of the monsoon, raining in relentless sheets for days, then pulling back, mirrors the celestial clockwork you study. No, it's not just watching. It's waiting for those precise moments when the sky reveals its ancient secrets. Between storm fronts, the skies clear suddenly, brutally clear. You glimpse the vast tapestry overhead, a dome spun through ages. Ah, the ecliptic, you whisper. Its celestial path marks the sun's yearly wander through the stars, and you find comfort in its consistency. Yet did you know? Once upon a time, the stars served a role even the monsoon didn't control. Historians still argue whether the ancients saw the cosmos as their map or their calendar. You settle against a cool stone terrace, feeling the residue of old monsoon rain beneath your palms. This is where Gupta astronomers, your long-gone colleagues, observed the same skies. Tonight, the stars align as they did during that famous 465 CE alignment, the exact moment when Venus and Mars played cosmic hide-and-seek. You hum a soft, knowing tune, old tales tailies tell they even cooked extra rice when both planets danced too close. Each clear night between the rains, you trace the seasonal stories. The rainy monsoon months mark their own timeline, distinct from the dry, scorching periods. The stars move, and with them, the rains begin or end their relentless dance. You chuckle to yourself, thinking of those soothsayers who once claimed comets heralded monsoon's arrival. Well, dear skies don't need burning tails to signal Earth cycles, though I wouldn't say no to a bit of excitement up there. Your eyes follow the curve of Orion's belt. Some claimed the three kings guided the waters as much as the crops. Legends intertwine with the celestial patterns. Each monsoon season brings fresh whispers through the rains. You adjust your sight, tracing the path not just with eyes, but with a rhythm, the pulse of both monsoon and stars. A sudden breeze whispers through the palms. This exact position between star maps and monsoon charts has shifted civilizations. The monsoon's constancy becomes both metronome and metronome setter for the skies. Imagine, while Rome plotted conquests, Gupta sages here crafted the sky's map with monsoon rhythms. Now that's power-up precision. Natural world meets celestial clockwork. It's not the grandeur, but the details, where each constellation rises, its arc dictated by the rain. The moment Venus peeks out, you almost expect another downpour. But no, her appearance promises the clear skies you crave for mapping. You note how the Big Dipper, once a mere myth for navigation, now tells tales of seasonal change. You sigh into the silence, history's constant lesson. Nature moves with a mind of its own, yet within its dance, patterns emerge that you can trace, trust, and anticipate. The air grows still, another hint that the stars now govern the night once more. Your fingertips trace old papyrus edges, if you had them handy, where past astronomers noted these same rains. Funny that while we speak of digital times, they trusted the humble leaf. Each star's flicker is a beat, and you let the monsoon's rhythm sync with star rotations. Every moment here teaches that while rains obscure more than they reveal, when they retreat, the patterns they unveil are the true compass. You look up and smile, an insider among the stars, knowing each break, each storm, was a lesson in celestial timing, lessons that still whisper between the drops. Your charts fill not only with cosmic tales, but with earthly rhythms. The monsoon's pause, the stars reveal, writing stories spanning ages. You lean back against stone and close your eyes, feeling the monsoon's breath and the stars' pulse. Tonight, between the rains, you're a sage of the skies again, tracing patterns where monsoon and stars weave their timeless dance. The clear skies stretch on, each star a silent sentinel you can trust to hold its place. As dawn lightens the horizon, your work feels anchored in rhythms older than Earth's rivers, star maps written by monsoon breaths, celestial secrets whispered through ancient storms. In the end, it's these cycles, predictable and wild, that chart your course through both sky and soul. Let your thoughts wander between star arcs and monsoon cycles, where nature's breath and the cosmos's rhythm merge in whispers only patient eyes can see. The monsoon's constancy reveals its mysteries, especially when the rains ebb and reveal the skies. Tonight, the stars align in ways that connect you deeper with the ancients. They're silent guardians watching over your work. You think of how Ptolemy once envisioned the heavens, perfect celestial spheres. But did he ever see them dance with the monsoon's rhythm? You recall those quiet monsoon nights in the Gupta Empire, where sages like Aryabhata marked the skies with mathematical precision. Picture this. While Rome was busy conquering lands, these astronomers were mastering celestial timings between raindrops. Their observatories, less Colosseum, more cozy terrace with astrolabes. Historians still argue whether those old monsoon pauses or the star paths held more sway over daily life. Personally, I'm betting on starlight any day, but they make a solid pair. In these rare windows, the monsoon sky holds more than just celestial bodies. You think of the myth that Gupta astronomers could predict an upcoming drought just by the tilt of Saturn's rings. Fringe, perhaps, but not entirely implausible when you consider how the rain's patterns influenced their celestial records. You've heard legends, perhaps from a particularly overdramatic YouTube history channel, claiming that these ancient stargazers could also read someone's fate from monsoon cycles. You chuckle, but there is a kernel of awe in their persistence. Each break between storms lets you piece together the cosmic mosaic. You adjust your sight to Orion, whose sword points like a cosmic compass. It's easy to imagine how the ancients saw these constellations not just as stars, but as living parts of the monsoon tale. You trace their paths mentally, noting where the monsoon veil thins and reveals more than just the ecliptic's graceful arc. Remember the time they said Sirius heralded monsoon's end? Well, that's one glowing exit sign. You've heard whispers that these nightly observations were also part ritual, part celebration. An elaborate dance where the monsoon pauses and the heavens unfurl their vast, glittering scroll. When clouds part, the air feels charged, knowing that this particular pause wasn't just for star maps, but perhaps a cosmic intermission. You look skyward, feeling a bit like a sage turned detective. Every clear patch, a clue in ancient star codes that only the monsoon can reveal. As dawn teases the horizon, you feel a deep kinship with those old Gupta watchers, who also lay against cool stone, feeling the earth's pulse between monsoon breaths. You find comfort in knowing you're part of a timeless cycle, whether it's ancient or modern wisdom. It's the monsoon's ebb and the stars' constancy that reveal life's rhythm, as they always have. And you? Well, you've got charts to update before the skies decide it's time for another rainy encore. The monsoon's constancy reveals its mysteries, especially when the rains ebb and reveal the skies. Tonight, the stars align in ways that connect you deeper with the ancients. They're silent guardians watching over your work. You think of how Ptolemy once envisioned the heavens, perfect celestial spheres. But did he ever see them dance with the monsoon's rhythm? You recall those quiet monsoon nights in the Gupta Empire, where sages like Aryabhata marked the skies with mathematical precision. Picture this. While Rome was busy conquering lands, these astronomers were mastering celestial timings between raindrops. Their observatories, less Colosseum, more cozy terrace with astrolabes. Historians still argue whether those old monsoon pauses or the star paths held more sway over daily life. Personally, I'm betting on starlight any day, but they make a solid pair. In these rare windows, the monsoon sky holds more than just celestial bodies. You think of the myth that Gupta astronomers could predict an upcoming drought just by the tilt of Saturn's rings. Fringe, perhaps, but not entirely implausible when you consider how the rain's patterns influenced their celestial records. You've heard legends, perhaps from a particularly overdramatic YouTube history channel, claiming that these ancient stargazers could also read someone's fate from monsoon cycles. You chuckle, but there's a kernel of awe in their persistence. Each break between storms lets you piece together the cosmic mosaic. You adjust your sight to Orion, whose sword points like a cosmic compass. It's easy to imagine how the ancients saw these constellations not just as stars, but as living parts of the monsoon tale. You trace their paths mentally, noting where the monsoon veil thins and reveals more than just the ecliptic's graceful arc. Remember the time they said Sirius heralded monsoon's end? Well, that's one glowing exit sign. You've heard whispers that these nightly observations were also part ritual, part celebration, an elaborate dance where the monsoon pauses and the heavens unfurl their vast, glittering scroll. When clouds part, the air feels charged, knowing that this particular pause wasn't just for star maps, but perhaps a cosmic intermission. You look skyward, feeling a bit like a sage turned detective, every clear patch a clue in ancient star codes that only the monsoon can reveal. As dawn teases the horizon, you feel a deep kinship with those old Gupta watchers, who also lay against cool stone, feeling the earth's pulse between monsoon breaths. You find comfort in knowing you're part of a timeless cycle. Whether it's ancient or modern wisdom, it's the monsoon's ebb and the stars' constancy that reveal life's rhythm, as they always have. And you, well, you've got charts to update before the skies decide it's time for another rainy encore. Now, as you settle into another night's vigil, you trace the stars' subtle shifting, a cosmic ballet that only makes sense when you understand the monsoon's rhythm. Ancient astronomers, experts in both math and mysticism, relied on the heavens' silent cues to decode seasons. Watching the stars align, you know it's not just about charting positions. It's a dance between celestial timing and Earth's seasonal swings. Some historians suggest that these astronomers tracked Jupiter's orbit to foretell the monsoon's first drops, though the mainstream takes Ptolemy's views more seriously. Historians still argue whether Vedic astrologers or Greek scholars influenced Gupta astronomy more. The quiet whispers among stones say that one sage believed planetary orbits influenced crop yields. Fringe, sure, but think about our modern obsession with lunar gardening. There's some method to that ancient madness. Out here, you understand that every constellation is both a map and a myth. Consider Andromeda in ancient lore, her chains unbound only when skies cleared after storm clouds, not a navigator's guide, but a storyteller's canvas. Watching her stars twinkle, you remember someone claimed they could predict flood severity from how many nights Cassiopeia remained visible. True or not, it speaks to a culture deeply entwined with cycles above and below. So while you tally the stars meticulously, part of you knows the Gupta mind saw poetry where we see data. Each nightly vigil stretches into rituals of star naming and seasonal forecasting. High above, the Great Bear lumbers across the sky, a celestial metronome setting your rhythm. You mark its turn, knowing this constellation's southern dip heralds the monsoon's retreat. These aren't just random dots, they're guideposts for planters and fishermen navigating uncertain monsoon tides. Let's not forget the quirky. Did you hear that some believed a particular alignment could ward off cyclones? Historians still argue whether monsoon breaks were mapped out of necessity or if they spurred myth. Regardless, you feel a pull from both science and story every time you adjust your astrolabe beneath those monsoon-cleared stars. So between the raindrops and the echoes of the past, you're not just updating charts, you're keeping a dialogue. One that weaves together old legends and the stars' enduring shimmer. The monsoon's calm is more than just a weather pattern. It's a cosmic conversation you're honored to participate in. And as those first drops begin to tap dance on the terrace, you ready yourself for the next clear night's rendezvous, knowing the dance never truly ends. You find yourself in an ancient observatory, perched atop a hill that now shelters you from the receding rains. Crude instruments await, simple but ingenious. They mark the heavens with unassuming grace. The astrolabe, a marvel of bronze and precision, rests beside a gnomon whose shadow whispers secrets about the day's passage. They're ready for you, ready to decode the sky's mysteries as monsoon's grip slackens. Remember the way your fingertips brush against the astrolabe's etched lines. Each groove speaks of careful craftsmanship, designed for moments exactly like these. Historians still argue whether these tools were solely used for astronomy, or if they held deeper ceremonial roles. The quiet hum of possibility feels almost palpable beneath your palm. These instruments, basic yet effective, transformed the stars into navigational pearls. You recall how the Greek astrolabe evolved over centuries, yet Gupta astronomers adapted it with their unique touch. Each alignment, each angle, served not just as calculation, but as connection. It brings a smile to your lips. You'd once read that some cultures thought celestial maps helped ward off storms. Sure, maybe ancient weather magic wasn't so different from today's meteorological apps, just slightly more poetic. In the damp night air, you set your gaze upon the Big Dipper. This constellation isn't just a stellar group, it's a bridge of light guiding you through the sky. Here, its bowl points downward, a cosmic indicator that monsoon's fervor is fleeting. The night is quiet now, a stark contrast to earlier thunder. You can almost hear the heavens sigh in relief, their voices clearer with every receding cloud. Did you know Archimedes designed an astrolabe with a movable arm instead of fixed? Historians still argue about how influential early designs were to Gupta stargazers. As you adjust your instrument, you marvel at the blend of utility and artistry. You ponder the theory that they may have aligned their tools precisely during winter solstices, not just for star maps, but for cosmic balance. It feels like more than science. It's an elaborate dance of faith and calculation. Gently, you aim the gnomon skyward. Its shadow stretches long beneath the moon's cool gaze, each movement meticulously observed. This is a moment of translation, turning stellar positions into earthly wisdom. You chuckle softly. Imagine how modern stargazers would scoff at the simplicity of old tools. Yet here you stand, aligning ancient knowledge with the celestial sphere. Out here, where rain has paused its symphony, the stars become your companions. You trace arcs and patterns, each line a thread in the grand celestial tapestry. Remember that quirky myth about a particular stellar alignment predicting crop yields, fringe yet fascinating. It highlights how deeply human life wove itself into these cosmic rhythms. In each star's blink, you sense the pulse of a civilization, timing seasons and plantings with the sky's eternal clock. You feel the night's stillness, the way every gust of wind carries a whisper of ancient calculations. Whether using a polished astrolabe or etching notes onto palm leaves, your work becomes a dialogue with time. The thought tickles your mind. Were monsoons once considered celestial beings themselves, tamed by star maps? The line between myth and science blurs, each offering insights into humanity's enduring dance with the universe. You take a deep breath, exhaling slowly as you recalibrate your sight. This rhythm of observation and adjustment continues, each tool's purpose etched into your hand's memory. A subtle shift, a slight turn, and you're ready to chart positions, decode movements, anticipate cycles. Every glance at the stars feels like reading an ancient manuscript, where each symbol translates perfectly between earth and sky. Each observation now adds a piece to the celestial puzzle. Every stellar position another note in the monsoon's grand symphony. Whether through the eyepiece or the naked gaze, you're stitching together night and day's rhythms, readying your tools. You know the rain will return, but for now, the sky above remains a vast, living map guiding and inspiring each careful stroke. As dawn approaches, a soft light begins to creep, and the horizon blurs the line between darkness and day. You take comfort in knowing that these moments of celestial clarity between monsoon's breaths connect you to whispers of ancient astronomers. Their legacy lingers in every calculated move, every whispered myth among stars, their dance, your vigil, the eternal conversation of monsoon and sky. The first rays of daylight soften the night's embrace, but you're not ready to leave this celestial sanctuary just yet. This is the dance floor where the heavens meet human curiosity, where the Gupta astronomers perfected the art of not just seeing, but truly understanding the stars. You trace the familiar lines of the Big Dipper again. It's more than a constellation. It's a seasonal compass, its tilt revealing the monsoon's ebb and flow through ancient wisdom embedded in its angles. You remember how the Big Dipper guided sailors at sea, just as it did these landlocked stargazers. That old Greek connection always intrigued you. How civilizations so geographically distant shared cosmic navigational tools. But here in Gupta territory, you note the way the stars align during the brief monsoon breaks, tells tales of lunar cycles. The subtle shifts of its ladle shape point to the subtle transitions between storm and stillness. It's like watching a slow-motion ballet where every position shifts meaning. Setting your sight on Procyon and Betelgeuse next, you observe their arc. The way the sky tells time fascinates you. Some say early astronomers linked starry movements to earthly rhythms to predict everything from harvest seasons to monarch reigns. That's a heady thought, each glinting star a celestial courier, each planetary shift a message from beyond. The Greeks thought star patterns governed human fate, while Gupta calculations focused more on agricultural wisdom. Historians still argue whether this was cosmic foresight or astute nature watching. Your astrolabe, an uncelebrated hero of olden skywatching, rests between your fingers again. You think about that fringe fact. Did Gupta astronomers once use crocodile dung mixed with honey as sunscreen for prolonged star observations? Not quite the SPF we use today, but resourceful nonetheless. Your chuckle breaks the morning's stillness as you imagine smearing the foul-smelling mixture across your face, all to predict the next rainfall. Adjusting the gnomon's shadow, you recall a recent article you'd read. Some scholars believe the Egyptians utilized similar alignment tools during the construction of their pyramids, millennia before. The math aligns, the structure resonates. It's a thread connecting different civilizations, each stitching their unique quilt of astronomy with star maps. Did Gupta astronomers look to these older constructs or innovate independently? Experts think differently on this, but the connection between celestial observation and architectural marvels remains unbroken. In this fleeting quiet, you feel the weight of ages pressing gently on your shoulders. The monsoon's departure brought more than clear skies. It unveiled layers of human ingenuity embedded in the stars. These moments between rainfall and sunlight carry wisdom as ancient as humanity's first raised eyes to the heavens. Today, as then, the dance continues. Celestial mappings aren't just star charts, they're living stories etched with light. Each arc traced, each angle calculated, threads ancient wisdom into modern understandings. The monsoon's predictable madness, harmonized with lunar phases, solar shifts, and those twinkling points in the sky. There's a playful thought. Was astronomy the internet of its day? Data, patterns, and theories shared across regions, shaping civilization in surprising ways. Even the notion of global connectivity predates satellites when you consider these ancient cross-continental sky observations. And so, daybreak arrives, but the legacy of monsoon star-watching lingers. This space between storms holds mysteries waiting to be decoded, whispered from ancient observers to contemporary minds. You step back, knowing these instruments, once simple, now echo with generations of celestial dialogue. The monsoon will return, the stars will shift, but the dance between earth and sky, that will continue forever. You step back, leaving the astrolabes' intricate shadows behind. The monsoon's predictable timing feels almost too convenient. You glance up, where the moonlight splays through thinning clouds. The Earth's giant shadow looms, creeping towards the moon's surface. A lunar eclipse is imminent. Here's our mainstream history moment. Lunar eclipses were key celestial events, not just for fascination, but for precise sky measurements. The predictable cycles allowed astronomers to calibrate their instruments during the day. Safe in the knowledge night would bring their celestial clock's next tick. Wait, don't astronomers today still rely on eclipses to test gravitational models? Fascinating, really. But were ancient astronomers truly the first timekeepers? Some fringe theorists argue they discovered time dilation affects millennia before Einstein. Now, that's a spicy thought. Another quirky notion. Did you know ancient texts sometimes described lunar eclipses as the moon swallowing dragon? Historians still argue whether this was purely myth or a way of codifying natural events. Imagining Rahu, the mythological serpentine dragon, gobbling the moon, adds a whimsical twist to scientific rigor, doesn't it? As you prepare to map the upcoming event, your instruments are as ready as the old texts you've memorized. They spoke of alignments and calculations that could only be fully comprehended during such cosmic spectacles. The penumbral glow slowly darkens as Earth's conical shadow meets the moon's orbit. It's a slow dance, requiring patience. You remember the ancient technique of timing water clocks, each droplet echoing seconds, stretching into eternities during these celestial events. Setting up, you think about Aryabhata. One name stands like a lighthouse in dark seas, an eminent Gupta mathematician said to have calculated lunar eclipses with uncanny precision. Wait, But historians still argue whether his methods used proto-trigonometry or a purely observational approach. The debate continues like an endless eclipse cycle, doesn't it? As twilight deepens, your eyes adjust, revealing a fringe detail. During eclipses, some ancient astronomers would chew betel leaves, believing they enhanced night vision. Your chuckle echoes in the still air. Now, we just switch on a red headlamp. But perhaps that old belief held some herbal placebo effect. Positioning your gnomon, the moon's path is now your guide. Each shadow measurement during an eclipse offers a unique opportunity to refine Earth-Moon distance calculations. That alignment of instruments beneath such celestial cues was no happenstance, surely. Another historical nugget: the precision needed to map these eclipses contributed significantly to trigonometry's early development. From shadow angles to predicting solar positions, it's all connected. The ancient astronomers likely shared methods across cultures more than most textbooks admit. Global connectivity, anyone. The eclipse's totality nears. Darkness deepens, and you note the faint red hue, the Earth's atmosphere bending sunlight onto the lunar surface in a cosmic embrace. Imagine those early scholars. Awe when they first accurately predicted these. It must have felt like holding the universe in their hands. Remember, ancient observations during eclipses were critical for validating moon-based calendars. That knowledge dictated everything from planting seasons to sacred rituals, even though modern astronomy often dismisses anecdotal records. Historians still argue whether some ancient eclipse records contained surprisingly accurate timestamps. Fascinating, right? As the eclipse reaches its zenith, your instruments trace every shifting shadow, each measurement a stitch in the grand tapestry of celestial mechanics. These moments, where scientific discovery met mythological fascination, bridged not just days and months, but centuries of accumulated wisdom. While mapping Earth's shadow dance, a thought strikes. Did early astronomers' rituals and myths serve as mnemonics for complex astronomical data? The stories made the numbers memorable. After all, historians still argue whether celestial mythologies were pure fancy or practical encoding methods. Now, that would be a clever way to preserve knowledge through the ages. Each scribe's note and each shadow measured was a testament to their dedication. As totality fades, daylight returns, bringing clarity to your latest mappings. The Gupta Astronomers' legacy lives on in this timeless rhythm of celestial observation, prediction, and understanding. The dance of shadow and light continues, unbroken by the march of time. Each lunar eclipse an ever-renewing opportunity to glimpse the interconnectedness of human curiosity across millennia. And here you are, continuing that ancient dialogue beneath the same vast, indifferent stars. You trace the fading lines of the eclipse's path, the sun's gentle return painting the sky in soft pastels. The monsoon's steady rhythm has always pulsed through these lands, each raindrop a reminder of nature's relentless choreography. You step back, brushing the dust from ancient scrolls you've carried in your pack charts and star maps passed down not just through generations, but through epochs. Monsoons. They arrive like clockwork, but their breaks are tantalizing, mysterious. You think about the Gupta astronomers, those meticulous record keepers. When the rains paused, the skies would suddenly reveal their secrets. Imagine that moment. The heavens cleared, and there it all was. The universe laid bare. Historians still argue whether the first monsoon maps matched lunar phases or seasonal planting cycles. Some argue that monsoon rhythms actually governed the first calendrical systems, which would be quite the paradigm shift, wouldn't it? We often think of our ancestors watching the skies for time cues, but what if they first watched the rains? As you open your astrolabe, its brass surface catches the rising sun. You smile at a fringe theory. Some scholars claim ancient astronomers believed their tools would grow rust with every raindrop that fell after a star map was drawn. Imagine believing a rain cloud could erase the stars. Ridiculous, right? But maybe there was poetic truth in understanding the ephemeral nature of all knowledge. You remember the Gupta astronomers' reverence for mapping stars between monsoon breaks. It wasn't just about noting stellar positions. It was about timing, precision, waiting through torrential downpours for that brief window when the skies revealed just enough of their celestial theater. Another historical fact: monsoon breaks allowed for incredibly precise observation of solar alignments, crucial for mapping the solstices and equinoxes. Some think the great bath alignments at Mohenjo-daro were influenced by monsoon cycles. Historians still argue whether it was a coincidence or deliberate planning. Makes you wonder about those ancient engineers' deep understanding of both the heavens and the earth, doesn't it? You lay out a worn papyrus scroll depicting asterisms, patterns of stars connected through mythology. Here, the monsoon wasn't just a break from rains. It was a signal, a cue for new celestial revelations. Those early astronomers, they mapped star paths with an understanding that these stars rising and falling heralded not just seasons, but entire civilizations' rhythms. Pause here for a quirky fact. Some ancient texts suggested that monsoon stars had culinary properties. Really, they thought starlight could influence crop flavors. You chuckle softly to yourself, but isn't it charming how their world blended the ethereal with the everyday? If only we still saw our foods connected to the cosmos. Your fingers brush the rough-hewn surface of the gnomon. Every notch and scratch is a testament to hundreds of years of observation. The monsoon was integral to celestial cartography, predicting, preparing for, and interpreting these rainy cycles. Imagine the collective breath held during each monsoon's ebb and flow. Here's an intriguing thought. Did monsoon myths serve not just as folklore, but as instructional tools for remembering vast skies changes? Think about star stories as survival guides. You remember tales of Rahu, the cosmic snake, swallowing the sun during eclipses. Could their storytelling have encoded intricate celestial mechanics, allowing knowledge to traverse generations through oral tradition? Historians still argue whether those myths held complex scientific truths or were merely creative storytelling. The monsoon cycle dictated more than just agricultural planting. It influenced entire cultural narratives around celestial observation. Astronomers awaited monsoon pauses to map, predict, and even challenge the predictable nature of stars and planets. Some fringe historians suspect that monsoon patterns influenced the very foundations of Vedic astrology, the earliest forms possibly aligning star paths with seasonal rains. Imagine that, an entire cosmic system rooted in the rhythm of rains. You roll the parchment carefully, knowing your next mapping will occur when the next break arrives. The same dance, repeated through millennia, connects you to scholars of old as they traced their own skies after the monsoon's pause. The stars then, as now, will guide not just the planting of crops, but the sowing of wisdom. So, you tuck your astrolabe back into its velvet-lined case, and you await the next celestial spectacle revealed by the rain's temporary retreat. The same stars, the same skies, another monsoon's silence, holding an infinite possibility, just like it always has. Monsoon mythology, those ancient stories told around flickering oil lamps, painted the rains with celestial magic. You close the parchment's edges and trace your finger along Orion's belt, remembering. Every drizzle carried whispers of gods and celestial serpents. Monsoon myths weren't merely lore, they carried essential knowledge for generations. Picture the monsoon skies, with their dark, brooding clouds parting to reveal constellations that shimmered with urgency. To those waiting astronomers, each star wasn't just a pinpoint of light, but a lifeline, a promise of clear skies during the rain's pause. These moments of clarity sparked stories, legends that intertwined the fates of gods and weather. Historians still argue whether monsoon myths originated from practical observations or the other way around. Did star stories evolve from predicting weather, or did they become tools for it? Some ancient texts claimed constellations could communicate when rains would arrive. Imagine farmers gazing at the Pleiades, seeking more than just seasonal guidance, but a divine connection. These stories, etched in the collective memory, might have encoded weather patterns as much as they entertained. There's an amusing folk tale, how one particularly grumpy king blamed the entire monsoon system on a celestial goat eating the clouds. Who wouldn't laugh at that? But in its humor, it reveals a truth. Attributing the rains to divine beings made them more approachable. In ancient times, understanding the weather was less about science and more about storytelling, weaving the skies into everyday lives. In Gupta records, particular constellations were linked directly to rain delay rituals. you'd often see temple priests invoking the saptarishis, the seven sages, during monsoon breaks, praying for celestial alignments to favor the harvest. Some rituals suggested that if the priests recited star names correctly, the monsoons would pause perfectly between rainfalls. The rain's rhythm was part of an intimate dance with the universe, every downpour a beat in a greater symphony. Remember how we mentioned the celestial snake, Rahu? Legends say Rahu would swallow the sun and moon during eclipses, but also wreak havoc on rainfall. During monsoon season, offerings were made to appease this serpent, perhaps hoping it wouldn't upset the skies any further. Open debate exists. Did such myths develop because of observed cosmic patterns, or were they tools to explain unpredictable weather, a chicken and egg riddle carved into our celestial tapestries? Some quirky historical accounts even suggested moon phases dictated the flavors of monsoon crops. Scholars hypothesized that star mappings could predict melon sweetness or harvest bitterness. That's right, there's old folklore claiming that if a certain star twinkled brighter, it signaled honeyed flavors in the monsoon's grains. We chuckle a bit at this notion, but it reflects how our ancestors saw themselves as part of a greater cosmic cuisine. In another fascinating theory, monsoon seasons supposedly aligned with zodiac calendar adjustments. Can you imagine? An entire astrological system potentially altered on a yearly cycle based on weather patterns. Some fringe historians argue a direct link between star maps that indicated when to expect rain, perhaps even the movement of entire planets aligning with local monsoon behaviors. Another grand idea that these ancient systems were interconnected, that star paths were written into myth for practical reasons rather than ornamental ones, blending functionality with artistry. As the parchment rolls closed, think about the monsoon's tailies, their celestial rhythm echoing through millennia. These moments between storms were not mere breaks in weather, but intervals of divine revelation. Each flash of lightning, each pause in downpour, carried stories of old. These stories weren't merely distractions, but lifelines to understanding a cosmos painted by rains and stars alike. So, as you await the next break in the monsoon, the tailies woven from rains past linger. Every ancient star story, every constellation observed, and every myth remembered, you feel part of that legacy, of that patient waiting astronomer, of knowledge held within the brief pauses between the rains. With each quiet moment, they'd catch whispers of old, stories to navigate not just the heavens, but life's own rhythms. And you, awaiting that celestial spectacle in the monsoon's fleeting silence, knowing the rains tell us stories, as they always have. High ground offers the steadiest views for you and your colleagues. Monsoon floods drive Gupta astronomers uphill, where temple structures often provided dual purposes. Here, amid sacred ceremonies, the skies unfurl in brilliant stretches, unencumbered by rain or fog. You climb steps drenched from monsoons past, each footfall echoing the purpose shared by scholars and priests alike. The elevation isn't just strategic, it's symbolic. Higher vantage points allow clearer windows to ancient constellations, unfettered by the Earth's rise and fall. Picture yourself atop an ancient observatory-turned-temple. Historians still argue whether those high chambers were used exclusively for worship or scientific study, or if, perhaps, the distinction mattered at all. In this dual-purpose realm, religion and reason weren't separate threads, but interwoven tapestries guiding those who braved the incline. As you reach the summit, think of Archimedes. Yes, the Greek polymath who once said, "Give me a place to stand, and I shall move the earth." But it's not just the leverage of elevation that matters here. Temples became observatories where celestial sightings guided everything from planting cycles to state ceremonies. Even legends claim that high-altitude observatories could sometimes predict rainfall weeks early, allowing kings to prepare granaries and festivals ahead of time. But who had the best mountaintop vantage point? Enter the quirky tale of Maharaja Suryasen's celestial competition. Legend claims he built observatories on so many hillsides that his rivals argued each structure was a covert palace attempt. The debate arose not just over astronomy, but optics. Did each new temple-cum observatory offer clearer skies or stealthier spying posts? While modern historians might raise eyebrows, the idea remains. Observing sites were both spiritual sanctuaries and strategic strongholds. Rain-free summits during monsoon breaks allowed astronomers to chart celestial shifts with unmatched clarity. When skies remained cloudless, these high observatories offered unbroken views of the heavens. Open debate continues. Did temple architects specifically design these elevations to catch rare monsoon break clarity? Or did astronomers simply adopt existing sacral sites? Perhaps the monsoon's own unpredictability dictated a fluid relationship between faith and skywatching. And what tools aided you atop these heights? Simple astrolabes, basic but effective. These brass circles inscribed with celestial mappings allowed you to read the night's secrets, tracing the motions of olden constellations across the sky. Picture your instrument catching moonbeams, perhaps the same glow that lit Cleopatra's. Note the comma for phonetic clarity. Evening strolls beside the Nile. The same moon now guides your pencil as you annotate star positions, their movements charting far more than seasonal rainfall. Some quirky accounts suggested that certain temples had observatories with underground chambers. These rooms, open to the sky, yet shielded below ground, purportedly allowed for stable temperature readings across seasons, crucial for calibrating ancient instruments. Historians argue whether these chambers existed or were just myth, akin to imagining hidden observatories in pyramid voids. But the very debate reveals an ancient understanding. Precise readings demanded stable conditions, whether the eye looked up from solid earth or down from temple summits. Standing now atop this Gupta observatory, you feel the resonance of shared purpose. Below, the valley awaits guidance from your monsoon-timed charts, planting cycles, harvest festivals, celestial ceremonies, all hinging on these rare, clear night observations. You know that each constellation mapped here will guide not just scholars, but farmers and priests for generations to come. So, between the reins, with your astrolabe in hand and the temple's stone underfoot, you and your peers become custodians of celestial rhythms. These observing sites, carved from rock and ritual, aren't just places of science, but of sacred trust, where each monsoon's break reveals patterns written not just in the stars, but in the very fabric of daily life. Each clear night offers a moment suspended between earth and sky, a pause where ancient wisdom and living breath align in harmonious expectation. Your astrolabe gleams under the temple's moonlight, a simple tool, yet capable of unlocking cosmic mysteries. Crude astrolabes and gnomons, their brass warming in your hand, tell tales of ancient ingenuity more than cold metal. These instruments allowed you to measure stellar altitudes using shadows, tracking planetary patterns with the precision required for monsoon predictions. Remember those ancient stick-shadow gadgets, gnomons? Well, historians still argue whether the Gupta astronomers ever considered them good luck charms. Some accounts mention ceremonial blessings before calibrating their angles, creating debates about the line between science and superstition. Did the astronomers pray for clear skies through their tools, or did they remain strictly empirical even during monsoon waits? Astrolabes, however, weren't just brass circles. Imagine holding a device that could reveal the angles between constellations, predicting when rains would end. These tools were more than machines. They were storytellers of the heavens, casting predictions across both celestial and agricultural calendars. Your astrolabe helped you inscribe the sky's tale across seasons, guiding farmers when to plant and priests when to pray. Then there's the fringe story about hidden water clocks, olden instruments rumored to sync celestial observations with time's relentless march, allegedly stored in niches beneath temple floors. Their rhythmic drips may have regulated measurements during cloudy nights. Historians still debate whether these clepsydras were true observatory staples or merely ingenious myths, perhaps invented after the fact by scribes seeking poetic parallelism. The preparation starts as you meticulously adjust brass pins on astrolabes, checking for the tiniest misalignments that could lead to forecasting errors. Each tool was calibrated with shadows cast from olden architectures, temples, that anchored observations like ancient timepieces. This balance of tradition and technology underscores how Gupta methods harmonized natural rhythms with constructed precision. And speaking of quirks, Some scholars propose that small, mirrored devices were employed. These reflectors didn't amplify starlight, but focused it, allowing readings amidst moonlight, a precursor to later telescopic visions. Historians debate whether these were experimental prototypes or just folklore embellishments. Either way, this curiosity suggests an innovative spirit, always seeking clearer views between torrential interludes. You prepare your gnomon, aligning its verticality against temple walls, watching shadows shift throughout daylight, marking time with silent precision. These calibrations became the metronome of the monsoon season, ensuring your nightly observations began at the perfect instant as rain ceased. As clouds cleared, your tools readied, each instrument a quiet sentinel waiting for celestial clarity. Astronomers, during quiet nights, might have used simple sighting tubes, bamboo aligned to cardinal points, tracking specific stars' seasonal passages. Experts think such minimalism was their strength. Historians still argue whether these sighting aids had ritual significance, like offering pathways between earthly temples and divine heavens. But did those star trails through tubes suggest earthly passages? Or were they navigational lenses guiding celestial maps? Calibration never stops, even under watchful skies. Picture yourself adjusting tiny engraved scales on your astrolabe, ensuring angles reflected precise sky sections. These daily checks secured trustworthy charts, guiding planting cycles through rain-free windows. Each adjustment was meticulous, turning raw starlight into actionable knowledge, shared from temple summit to valley field. Standing tonight, instruments primed, ready for the first post-rain glimpse, monsoon's calm offering a celestial reveal. Every brass circle, every marked gnomon stands not as relics, but as living guides, translating shadows into seasonal wisdom. As monsoons fade, so do doubts. Only clarity remains, charting paths where ancient rhythms align with tomorrow's tilled earth. Your calibrated astrolabe becomes the bridge between rain-filled prayers and harvest's promise, a testament to innovation guided by stars and sustained by monsoon's rhythm. The sky's secrets await, instruments polished under temple shadows prepare for their nightly dance. Stars will soon map not only seasons, but lives intertwined across millennia, their ancient glow steering monsoons end toward tomorrow's sunrise. Your tools ready, you hold anticipation in brass and shadow, reading the night's silent symphony as ancient melodies meet modernity's call. Star names hold stories, each asterism whispers legends shaped by monsoon rhythms. The constellations you inscribed onto parchment weren't merely patterns, but cultural milestones, their names echoing through whispers of ancient courtyards. Classical asterisms, those old star groupings, found new life under Gupta Astronomers' quills, absorbing monsoon meanings into their celestial identities. Imagine charting Orion's path, his belt stars blinking through post-rain mist. Classically, he was the mighty hunter, but here, his trajectory heralded season shifts. Experts think the constellations rising predicted the monsoon's final bow, its stars guiding farmers when fields became tillable again. Historians still argue whether Orion was symbolically tied to the harvest gods worshipped during these transitions. Then there's the quirky legend of the Cobra constellation, its winding tail purportedly shadowing the monsoon serpent said to reside in storm clouds. Did the ancients see Asterope as a serpent guardian slithering through the Milky Way, balancing rain's fury with cosmic equilibrium? Scholars debate whether star patterns merely inspired folklore, or if myths retroactively embellished the night sky's natural forms. As you adjust your astrolabes sighting pins, consider the Southern Cross, a guiding light in Southern Hemisphere lore. For Gupta astronomers, it symbolized not just direction, but the monsoon's cyclical assurance. Its stars' alignment told priests that ancestral spirits approved of planting cycles, infusing agricultural rhythms with celestial blessing. This symbolic merging turned mere points of light into spiritual anchors during the rain-drenched season. Each constellation you named held layered stories. The Big Dipper became a monsoon clock, its angle foretelling rainfall shifts. Historians debate whether its position influenced water harvesting ceremonies. Did farmers sync irrigation plans with the bear's seasonal dips? Some claim its rotation indicated subterranean water flows, an astro guidance for well digging. Then there are the Pleiades, ancient mariners' constant companion, but here, indicators of calm after storms. The Seven Sisters likely guided not just ships, but sowing times. Legends claim their appearance ushered in harvest festivals, merging astronomy with agrarian celebrations. Skeptics question if such events were coincidental, but ritual's embrace of stars suggests intentional cosmic weaving. You carefully inscribe each grouping, knowing their stories will echo across centuries. The monsoon myths attached to stars weren't mere flights of fancy, they were cultural timepieces. Each named constellation carried its own agricultural whisper, guiding not just navigation, but societal rhythms. As storms cleared, their patterns became celestial maps, translating weather's chaos into orderly harvest cycles. The zodiac's olden signs acquired monsoon metaphors. Taurus, for example, with its charging horn, signaled rain-ready soil. Did the bull mark tillable earth, or was it the farmer's spirit animal? Some argue the zodiac served dual purposes, both seasonal guidance and mythological inspiration. This overlapping function reinforced astronomy's role in social structures beyond sheer navigation. Mapping stars during monsoons wasn't solely precision, it was poetic fusion. Names didn't just label, they layered cosmic stories onto natural phenomena. Your charts became cultural tapestries where Scorpio's sting linked to drought myths and Lyra's lyre matched raindrop symphonies. These merged narratives offered a celestial symphony, each note a star guiding ancient cultures through monsoon's dance. The star patterns you observed didn't exist in isolation. Each named asterism connected to rain-drenched folklore, to planting chants, and to harvest celebrations. As you inscribe their paths, you realize these patterns anchored civilizations, linking night skies to daily survival, turning distant lights into intimate societal guides. The monsoon's rhythms pulsed within their names, encoding both weather wisdom and cultural tales. Your task tonight is more than celestial charting. As the stars blink with monsoon clarity, you give them identities resonant with human lives. The skies above interweave with rice paddies below, connecting cosmic tales to earthly till. Your careful naming, classic yet monsoon-tuned, bridges astronomy's precision with society's heartbeat. Each constellation a pulse in this grand narrative rhythm. New maps unfurled underneath lamplight, revealing monsoon season's complex orchestrations. The ancient astronomers didn't merely mark stellar positions in their star charts. They encoded specific connections to weather patterns and agricultural timelines. Remember that Orion heralded season shifts. Well, you trace his belt's angle, noting precisely when the rains would relent, signaling safe passage for planting. Those monsoon stars were more than decorative. They were temporal milestones. Historians think some Gupta charts directly indicated planting windows, aligning crop cycles with celestial events. Take, for instance, the constellation of Scorpio. Its depiction shifted the tail, pointing slightly longer, indicating drought periods. Experts argue whether these adjustments were predictive or retrospective. Did Scorpio's length change forewarn or chronicle droughts? Some believe the chart's stars told stories already shaped by past monsoon failures, a way to remember cosmic lessons in star patterns. In your own mapping, you might notice the Pleiades rise. Farmers would see this and prepare their fields, knowing this clustering marked the end of dry weather. Each chart wasn't just a starscape, but a farmer's almanac woven into the fabric of the night sky. Historians still argue whether such patterns were entirely accurate predictors, or if they served more symbolical purposes, creating cultural unity underneath celestial symbols. Remember those cobra myths? Well, you'll find a few charts where the Milky Way's snake-like patterns would curve just a smidge during monsoon seasons, a way of visually connecting serpent legends to observed star rotations. Skeptics question if these were mere artistic flourishes, but some think they helped convey meteorological warnings through mythos. Each mapped constellation revealed not just its seasonal appearance, but how its shift connected to harvest cycles. The Big Dipper might tip you toward increased rainfall, but the zodiac's shifts painted entire agricultural tales. Taurus, front legs dipped precisely as fields turned to mud, and animals' pose linked to Earth's softened state. this precise merging of animal symbolism and weather markers turned constellations into both poetic and practical tools. You'd use a lunar halo, noting its presence on your charts, not just for dramatic effect, but indicating monsoon fronts' imminent approach. Historians theorize some Gupta maps included lunar phases as a weather corollary, their careful note-taking merging astronomy and weather patterns. Others debate if this was merely correlation, or if the moon's phases were thought to cause rainfall changes. Did lunar charts influence weather predictions, or merely record them? Mapping Scorpio's curves became an exercise in reading soil moisture, its sting connected to drought tailies. As ink flowed onto parchment, these charts offered both science and story, guiding monsoon-era farmers through both fields and skies. The cultural importance was profound. Your star maps were less celestial art and more a guide for survival, each drawing a pact between cosmic motion and earthly needs. Some scholars say the monsoon charts were a form of cosmic contract, encoding divine consent through the stars' alignment. For example, certain zodiac stars linked to rain deities. Did Taurus horns connect to a deity's favor, ensuring rain-soaked soils? Experts continue to debate if these celestial patterns held literal prediction power or served as symbolic reassurances of the divine's watchful eye. As you scribed the sky, every star path mirrored monsoon cycles, the rise and fall of constellations aligning with agricultural rhythms. Those stars didn't just twinkle, they pulsed with seasonal knowledge, a celestial symphony guiding planting and harvesting. Your chart, therefore, wasn't an endpoint. It was a seasonal compass, translating the monsoon's chaos into actionable cultural wisdom. And so, as the monsoon seasons rolled through their rhythms, your charts kept the cycle alive. The zodiac served as an agricultural almanac, Scorpio, a drought predictor, the Pleiades, harvest heralds, each star path interweaving with rain-drenched lore, ensuring civilization's pulse beat in harmony with the celestial dance above. Every season's chart kept more than records. It echoed the monsoon's eternal sway, connecting night skies to daily bread. Tonight's work, then, is celestial storytelling. As the stars reveal their intricate monsoon dance, you inscribe their paths, each line a narrative link, bridging skyward whispers to the grounded sod. Weather cycles harmonize with star patterns, crafting a symphony where distant lights guide earthly endeavors. The monsoon seasons paint your charts, each constellation's tale a note in this vast, cosmic orchestration. You scribe the sky tonight, your hand steady as you trace the delicate lines of Scorpio against parchment. Its slightly extended tail whispers of water scarcity, a cosmic nudge toward water conservation practices you've seen inscribed across Gupta star charts. Historians believe this tiny shift wasn't merely symbolic. Did the astronomers see Scorpio's change as a celestial drought alarm? Or were they recording dry spells already etched into farmers' memories. Moving to the lunar calendar, you note another phenomenon: the careful placement of eclipse arcs. Experts think lunar eclipses were essential timing tools, their predictability helping anchor monsoon forecasts. You remember that joke about using shadow sticks? Well, these lunar observations were the astronomers' high-stakes sundials, pinpointing windows for critical planting. Critics debate. However, historians still argue whether eclipse data was used for predictive models or just validated post-rain observations after the fact. As you carve the Pleiades onto the map, their clustering seems to hum with energy. Local tradition says their rise coincided with the first major rain, sparking that frenzied period of preparation. That cluster, 7 sisters holding hands across the sky, guided not just planting, but entire village festivals. Skeptics argue, did the stars truly dictate those rhythms? Or did cultural practices sculpt our observation patterns to match celestial alignments? You look up, and for a moment, the stars feel like old friends keeping centuries-old watch. The same Orion whose belt tipped farmers to soil readiness now guides your ink-stained fingers. Historians still speculate whether Orion's angles served as literal calendars, or if they were cultural milestones, etched with stories meant to reinforce planting lore. Your charts honor both functions, practical guides and cosmic tailies woven into one narrative fabric. Tonight's focus sharpens on Scorpio again. Its position feels like a silent siren, cautioning against water wastage. The extended tail might seem minute, but each line carries the weight of drought memory. You wonder, were these charts precise, whether instruments or cultural memory palaces? Experts still debate, was Scorpio's shifting tail a predictive measure of changing monsoon patterns, or merely a celestial storyteller reflecting environmental realities? As you complete Scorpio and move to Sagittarius, an unexpected thought strikes: how many of these maps double as cautionary star fables passed down through generations. You recall an old Gupta text where the archer's position signaled a harsh, dry spell. Did the legends arise from star patterns, or did they mold our readings of the stars? Folklore enthusiasts argue these celestial stories reinforced rain conservation practices, while hardline historians maintain they were astronomical observations, first, and societal messages, second. The night deepens. Your hand hovers over the lunar notations. Remember those cobra myths. The moon's halo might not be as whimsical as folklore suggests. Your charts indicate a halo signified imminent rain, a weather precursor. But here's the twist. The debate rages on. Were these celestial phenomena influencing weather, or merely correlated to it? Experts argue whether lunar phases held predictive power, or if they were records of conditions already dictated by unseen meteorological forces. As you finalize Taurus horns, connecting their dip to early planting signals, you realize these charts were both compasses and contracts. that celestial motion linked directly to the fate of entire harvests. Some scholars suggest celestial symbols were divine pacts. Did Taurus' position grant earthly favors through rain alignment? Others argue these were purely natural phenomena mapped for agricultural utility, devoid of supernatural intent. Tonight, as the monsoon's rhythmic dance weaves through your work, you inscribe not just stars, but survival stories etched across night skies. Your charts pulse with the seasons, each constellation a narrative node bridging cosmic whispers to grounded existence. The ancient rhythm remains alive in your scribed marks. Those once distant lights, now earthly guides, echoing the monsoon's eternal sway through every drawn line and charted tale. You slide your finger over Scorpio, its tail now a steady guide through the night's deepening hush. Tonight's focus sharpens further. Each dot of light holds a whisper of monsoon wisdom. You carve out Sagittarius's distinctive arch, recalling an old Gupta manuscript that hinted at the constellation's unique power. Historians believe Sagittarius was considered a herald of rain patterns, its arrows pointing toward both the sky and the earth's hidden waters. You pause, your mind drifting to Orion. You know its three bold stars, not just as a celestial marker, but as a seasonal storyteller. Some fringe lore even links Orion's brightest star, Betelgeuse, to the timing of drought cycles, though most experts think that's pushing it. Still, the ancients often wove their knowledge with wonder, blending precision and mythology into singular sky tales. Tonight, the challenge lies in translating those old patterns to your modern chart. You carefully trace the line connecting Betelgeuse and Rigel. What did this line signal to ancient eyes? Historians still argue whether this was a navigational guide for travelers or a deeper rain predictor tied to cosmic rhythms. You lean back, stretching the knot from your shoulder, and smirk at the thought that perhaps Orion gave the Guptas both directions and weather news all in one star package. Glancing up, the stars twinkle like age-old sentinels. You find Leo next, studying its distinctive backward question mark. Was Leo's position seen as the celestial lion's roar calling the skies to action, urging them to release rains? The playful idea makes you chuckle, but you jot down the note. Could it have served as a symbol to reinforce the community's wait for seasonal changes? Legends are fun, but tonight's task is real, decoding this cosmic lexicon into a living monsoon calendar. Sagittarius brings more questions. You remember that old riddle about the archer's bow. Some say it aimed directly at the clouds. Historians still debate whether this constellation's alignment helped predict flooding seasons, or simply marked the months when farmers expected seasonal rhythms to shift. You feel the weight of both history and mystery as you sketch its lines with care. Back to your charts, you note how Sagittarius bridges two realms, stars and soil. Experts argue some Gupta astronomers believed celestial patterns held sacred contracts. Was Sagittarius part of an agreement between stars and the harvest. The thought makes you grin. Did the cosmos really promise rain through its positioning? Or were these scholars just seeing patterns where patterns served them best? Turning to Gemini, you see how its dual figures mirror Monsoon's duality, the break and the deluge. The twins' presence always signals the dance between drought and rainfall. You chuckle, imagining the celestial twins playing a meteorological tag game while the farmers watched anxiously below. Historians still debate if this pairing was purely symbolic or an active timing device. Tracing the twins' outlines, you let the night draw you deeper. Each constellation now speaks both science and story. Orion, the farmer's guide; Taurus, the rain marker. Under your practiced touch, the heavens reveal layers of wisdom. The air feels electric with ancient knowledge, connecting each charted point to the very breath of your lungs. You look up at Canopus, bright against the indigo night. Another ancient fixture in Gupta mapping. Was this southern beacon part of an advanced weather matrix, or just another jewel in the sky's wide tapestry? Open debate reigns here. Historians still argue whether Canopus had seasonal forecasting powers beyond its striking visibility. Tonight the sky feels not distant, but intimate, a collective chronicle. Every charted arc and line pulses with monsoon memories. Could those old astronomers really predict rainfall through the stars? Or did the rhythms of earth and sky synchronize without either knowing? You don't need to decide. Just honor the charts, each line breathing life like the monsoon breath itself. Now Taurus returns to your attention, its horns distinct against the night. Historians believe it was considered a herald of early rains. But you wonder, did the farmers see Taurus as a divine messenger for their planting cycles? Or was this just another part of the natural observation, a way to tie the celestial and terrestrial rhythms in a shared narrative? Your script holds both possibilities, each a vital thread in the monsoon's celestial weave. The night deepens. Scorpio's tale, with its cautionary whisper, connects through millennia. You finish tracing its final curve, feeling the stars pull as knowledge and mythos intertwine again. Each stroke of ink is a pledge to those who watched the sky, decoded the monsoon's breath, and turned that wisdom into earthly salvation. The charts live on, bridging ancient wisdom with every scribe's touch tonight. Sleep comes with the final line, every star a pulse in the monsoon's living heart. You flip to the final, well-worn page of an old almanac tucked near your charts. Historians believe Gupta astronomers used these texts to sync their celestial observations with agricultural calendars. The ink on the parchment may fade with time, but the connection between those heavens and earth remains steadfast. This ancient almanac shows Gemini positioned just beside early planting notes, a detail that might seem coincidental were it not for its repeated placement across multiple texts. Historians still argue whether Gemini was considered an actual weather marker, or if it merely helped synchronize lunar and solar cycles for broader scheduling. But tonight, you're less interested in dusty debates than in practicality. You note how Taurus, the bull with its prominent horns, aligns on these dated charts beside entries about first plantings. This isn't just celestial whimsy. Taurus's constellation clearly served as a harbinger, a sign that rain would soften the fields soon enough. But did the people truly see Taurus as some divine plowman marking the start of new growth? Or was it simply a reliable calendar marker that happened to have a flashy visual? The page shows other signs too, layers of knowledge etched through countless seasonal cycles. You glimpse Sagittarius, its celestial bow drawn in the space where the monsoon's late cycle might bring final showers. You chuckle softly. The archer always seems poised between action and anticipation. Perhaps a nod to the farmers hanging their hopes upon both sky and stars. You trace another line. There's the crab constellation, Cancer, always a tricky figure. But in the Gupta texts, it held even stranger significance. Some interpretations suggest it was seen as a symbol of monsoon's retreat, marking when fields would firm up once more after the deluge. Historians still laugh nervously at those fringe claims that suggested Cancer's claws might somehow grasp the departing clouds. More likely, it simply punctuated another natural rhythm, a break point between seasons. You linger on Leo, that majestic outline shining boldly through another almanac's entry. Some scholars believe Leo was considered particularly powerful in the monsoon cycle. Was its position thought to strengthen the storms? Or did it serve as part of ceremonial observations that invoked protection during the wildest rains? The almanac has several entries where Leo's rise coincided with flood records, but no clear causality. You smile at the thought. Perhaps the constellation was just seen as the noble sentinel of a wild sky. But in any case, each page weaves together that complex choreography between celestial sightlines and earthly needs. That same dance we see tonight lived in those ancient texts. There was both the artistry of belief and the pragmatism of survival captured there. You marvel at how these almanacs not only charted stars, but spoke of living breaths, fields ready to be sown, skies ready to open up, or hold on just a little while longer. The Gupta astronomers didn't just record what they saw, but crafted a living document between Earth, stars, and those who tended both with hands, hearts, and hopeful eyes. You draw a final line on your chart, feeling the pulse of the monsoon still beating with every careful annotation. The sky above feels not distant, but woven with your quill through the history kept alive by your hand tonight. Those ancient almanacs carry this legacy in their fraying edges, each star's arc whispering from centuries past, breathing monsoon life with every stroke, each celestial point synchronizing Earth's rhythm beneath this sky. The stars above are not merely seen, they are felt, part of a living script that threads time through the monsoon's dance, one that you now honor through your own charted breath. You find yourself drifting back to the edge of your observatory, its stone walls lined with maps worn from countless seasons of stargazing farmers. Beneath the night sky, sailors huddle too, their weather-worn faces glancing upward between mutterings about the monsoon's capricious humor. You're no stranger to the sea's rhythms. They parallel your own. Mariners need those stars as keenly as farmers depend on the rains they sometimes bring. Every monsoon cycle, these sailors prepare long before waters grow dangerous. Their simple tools and sun-bleached star charts, cruder than your delicate astrolabes, serve a shared mission. They need to know when to leave the harbor and when to tie everything down tight. That waxing crescent moon you just logged holds equal weight for both your fields and their vessels. Historians still argue whether some early nautical maps might have been crafted by land-based astronomers, moonlighting as navigators. Perhaps that's why you notice similar constellations on both types of charts. Maybe there was once no separation when you observed Aries. Your neighbors simply applied its rise to different forecasts. You chuckle at scholars debating whether sailors and farmers both shared almanacs, or if they maintained separate but overlapping knowledge pools. Either way, everyone seems united under Gemini's watchful eyes tonight. That Gemini again, those celestial twins, appear on almanac pages tied to both harvest seasons and early trade routes. You've traced how Aries, the ram, with its curling horns, guided both springtime plantings and safe northern passages. When the monsoon shifts and that ram lifts its head, farmers rush to seed and mariners dare the waves. It's the same sky, the same signals, interpreted through different needs. You remember that old joke about how sailors claim Aries heralds stormy seas, while farmers insist it brings blessed rain. Same constellation, opposing meanings. But maybe there's truth in the humor. Historians still argue whether Aries became a point of contention, leading to village quarrels when the weather didn't align with each group's hopes. One thing's certain: when celestial events like lunar eclipses occurred, both sailor and farmer paused their work to prepare for shifts in the air. The quirky bit arises when you glance at Leo, its outline not just guiding land and sea, but appearing in myth and maritime superstition. Some mariners believed Leo's appearance indicated safe passage through tempestuous monsoon waters, a belief sailors often hid from farmers to prevent competition for prime weather windows. Experts think this may be why some ancient coastal towns showed surprisingly high levels of marine activity despite the challenging seasons. Maybe they just trusted their stars a little more, or perhaps Leo whispered different secrets across the wind's varied notes. You feel the night air stir, a cool reminder of Taurus low upon the horizon. That bull's presence signals not just sowing time, but a steady breeze useful to both plow and sail. Though perhaps mariners noted its steady tailwinds while farmers cherished its promise of watering crops. You smile, imagining debates as heated as summer's peak. Did Taurus really hold separate meanings? Or were land and sea traditions quietly adapting each sign to their own ends? You chuckle softly as a particularly persistent sailor waves you over, pointing at Sagittarius while gesturing toward the docks. His weathered hands mimic the archer's poised stance, perhaps hinting at an upcoming journey, or simply showing how their fates are forever bound to those same celestial motions. You point to Taurus, and he nods, both understanding the next movement this dance between sky and earth will bring. And as you watch him return to the crew's low murmurs, you realize that every sailor here is tracing patterns similar to those you've inscribed for generations above your fields. Those same stars guide journeys across seas, while also writing the rhythm of monsoon-fed life, every lunar phase recorded. And there's the crescent again, links both your efforts. Farmers note when to expect fertile moonlit planting nights, while mariners time their voyages by its guidance. As you gaze upward, you recall Thales linking the moon itself to ocean tides, a relationship sailors and farmers alike depended upon, each turning lunar cycles to their advantage. Historians still debate how ancient lunar phases exactly guided monsoon preparation, with theories ranging from ritual offerings to precise agricultural timing based on the moon's gravitational pulls. But tonight, under a sky where Gemini's twins seem to twinkle knowingly, those debates feel hushed. What matters is how these constellations, familiar as family, speak their silent language across both land and sea. Aries will soon rise again, bringing its mix of promise and peril. You glance toward the docks one last time. The sailors, they're ready for exactly what you wait to find under sun-scorched soil. This monsoon's dance weaves an ancient choreography, its steps traced through ink and stars. Each figure, Aries, Taurus, Leo, Gemini, serves as a marker, uniting those who till earth and navigate waters beneath this same sky. You step back into the familiar warmth of your observatory, the night's celestial script echoing in both the distant cries of sailors and the rustle of leaves awaiting the season's first rain. As you retreat back into your observatory, the lunar cycle remains forefront in your thoughts, but this time through a different lens entirely. Tonight, it's the moon that holds the key to your work, its phases an integral part of anticipating those crucial sky mapping windows. You think back to the day a wise old scholar quipped that the moon's moods rival even the monsoon's unpredictability. A laugh escapes your lips at the memory, but there's truth lurking in that jest. Picture a waxing gibbous moon, swelling with silvery intent. Its brightness isn't just for romantic poetry or filling sailors' hearts with unease. For you and your lunar-obsessed peers, those phases mark the delicate dance between light and shadow necessary for celestial sightings. When the moon's face is just 3/4 illuminated, its glow filters through monsoon clouds, with a precise gentleness that allows stargazing while avoiding full moon glare. How fortuitous, or perhaps perfectly engineered with ancient wisdom. This meticulous lunar reliance isn't unique to Gupta astronomers. Historians still argue whether Chinese sky watchers or Middle Eastern navigators also mapped their stars using moon cycles exclusively for rain-patterned accuracy. One thing is clear: timing isn't just a terrestrial endeavor. On those nights when rain threatens yet evades, your astrolabe is primed and ready, awaiting the moon's particular sliver of illumination to catch a glimpse of elusive constellations between weather fronts. Ever heard that the full moon has been blamed for everything from driving werewolves to inciting madmen? While those myths might raise an eyebrow, among the stars, that lunar fullness has a far more pragmatic concern. Those ancient mariners, they were all too aware that a moon too bright might wash out the very stars they needed. Imagine the drama as some particularly superstitious sailors claimed a demon's light would blind them from their celestial path. No, that was just moonlight's own tricks, playing havoc on precise navigation. While standing in your quiet observatory, the debate rolls back into your mind again. Did ancient Vedic astronomers actually align sacred temples more for lunar observations than solar ones? Your notes contain theories about temple windows precisely angled for catching shadowed moon phases that heralded monsoon shifts. Yet some argue, perhaps in jest, that those same angles served ritual purposes, aligning prayer mats and offerings perfectly to appease the rain deities. Your fingers brush across scrolls with moon phase records waxing, waning. New, you marvel at how each notation seems tied to earthly rhythms. A quarter moon isn't just another pretty phase. It's the moment when both farmers and sky gazers alike breathe a sigh of relief. Clouds scatter, skies clear. That quarter illumination offers the sweet spot of visibility, not overwhelming, yet bright enough to banish night's inky veil. Even here, in your scientific sanctuary, you can't help but marvel at the moon's monthly masquerade as your most reliable ally against monsoon gloom. On nights when skies refuse to part for the stars, you find old scrolls detailing how the moon's nodal points, those places where its orbit intersects with Earth's equator, might predict even solar eclipses. Such knowledge isn't about sheer spectacle. No, it's about harnessing those rare moments when the moon's shadow cloaks the land just enough to allow twilight stargazing sessions while storms rage mere miles away. Historians still argue whether such techniques influenced similar practices found as far afield as ancient Babylonian observatories. Each moon mapping session is bookended by local folklore. Those same lunar phases dictated everything from festivals celebrating agrarian cycles to nighttime ceremonies where moonlit prayers were offered to Indra, the god of rain. Historians still ponder whether lunar cycles provided a calendar for both religious rites and scientific endeavors. After all, was it sheer pragmatism or sacred tradition that guided those first lunar observers? You smile, recalling an old jest about how astronomers were just starstruck monks to the farmers. Perhaps both wore the moon's light like a cloak of sacred knowledge. Now imagine this. In your sleep-deprived studies, you once stumbled across a marginal note, a true quirk, suggesting astrologers used lunar nodes to divine everything from battle outcomes to royal births. Was the moon a cosmic clock, keeping time for the stars, or a celestial mirror reflecting human fate? Tonight, leaning against worn stone, you find those ideas swirling together in a symphony of skybound music, where the very rhythm of your work beats in tandem with lunar cycles guiding stars between rains. Ah, but here's where the modern mind finds fodder. While we talk of GPS satellites predicting storms, remember that once upon a time, it was these very lunar phases, alongside your trusted monsoon rhythms, that anchored entire civilizations. You ponder about a particular historical figure, once dubbed the Moon Whisperer, for their ability to predict weather just by observing our celestial companion's face. Historians still debate his true skill set. Was he a mere myth, an astronomer with uncanny precision, or something else entirely? As you prepare your tools again, your thoughts settle like a waning moon, sinking gently towards sleep. The very essence of sky mapping thrums through these cycles. From moon phases once used to anticipate both harvest periods and tempestuous seas, to those sacred pauses when shadows cloak your parchment and ink just enough to let stars tell their stories, whether through myth, science, or perhaps a divine choreography. Those lunar movements remain inextricably tied to monsoon breaks and chart plotting, an ethereal clockwork keeping time above earthly toil. Your hands rest the astrolabe beneath the night sky now, not just as a scholar's tool, but as a conduit where past and present converge. There, in the careful intersection of lunar cycles and monsoon rhythms, you find both map and compass, a testament to those who gazed before you, and perhaps a guide for those who will follow beneath the same unwavering moon. You set down the astrolabe, its brass circles glinting faintly in the moon's gentle glow. Each tool holds memories, not just of star maps, but of monsoons charted through centuries. Tonight's task pulls you toward the archive chest you've avoided for moons. Or was it too many monsoon cycles? Historians still argue whether we ever fully grasped the lunar cycle's sway over our calendars. Paper crinkles, ancient and brittle, as you pull out scrolls with moon phases and rain annotations inked by a dozen hands. You can almost hear the whispers of past astronomers' careful notes about a crescent moon signaling clear skies during monsoon breaks. Here's one particularly quirky note about the rabbit in the moon casting its shadow as an omen for storm delays. You carefully unroll a vellum page, creased from countless readings. It's inscribed with a meticulous record of every quarter moon over 7 rainy seasons, paired with annotations of rainfall amounts and observation nights. The precision here is staggering. Dates written in old script, ink smudged from curious thumbs of generations past. Each entry reads like a personal journal, the scribe's subtle jokes about a sky's cloudy jealousy, a welcome relief between scientific notations. What's this? A charcoal mark at the edge of an entry for Chaitra's waning gibbous. Was Chaitra known for something more than being the first month of our year? It seems Chaitra's moon phases were often cited during astronomical debates. That makes sense, as scholars bickered over whether the same Chaitra's moonlight could outshine the noonday sun's reflection in a monsoon rain puddle. Yes, we had our fair share of friendly feuds back then. Your mind wanders to that one particularly enigmatic entry, dark moon, whispers secrets. Whispers, inked at an odd angle, in a scribe's most hurried hand. Historians still argue whether this is an esoteric symbol for star mapping or a cryptic message about temple ceremonies happening under the cover of those rare, unlit nights. Here's a factoid to amuse you momentarily. Apparently, in a village far southeast of here, they insisted moons aligned across seasons could predict rice crop yields. Did we believe the night sky governed harvest amounts? The notion tickles, though some part of you notes how those very crops depended on monsoon patterns so precisely tracked by the same lunar phases you're scrutinizing now. You flip past pages stained with old turmeric paste, a scribe's joke about preserving their findings from hungry rats, no doubt. Each record contains tiny, precise diagrams showing shadow angles during certain phases, cross-referenced with star charts. It occurs to you, a real mind-bender, that those same diagrams might have influenced temple architecture. The alignment of openings for moonbeams to project specific designs on ritual nights. Pause here to appreciate another quirky note. A frustrated scribe's musing that the moon must have a sense of humor for allowing clear skies solely when temple festivals demanded precise star alignments. A subtle jest. Were ancient observations ever tainted by a dash of sarcasm? You find the record of a particularly stubborn monsoon, the only entry written sideways to signify a day of torrential rains, a testament to the scribe's refusal to let downpour delay his observations. Historians still argue whether this sideways notation indicates a genuine break in writing flow or serves as an intentional glyph of chaotic skies. Back to the present, the last page in hand. It's not just data, but a map of the sky's heartbeat kept in sync with rhythmic rains. Every monsoon cycle was more than weather. It was a celestial clock, counting time. These records might not merely be sky maps. They read like coded love letters to the moon itself. Can a star chart be too poetic when crafted between stormy breaths? Another footnote catches your eye during moon's fullest. Its glare rivaled sunrise, washing skies blank for 2 nights running. perhaps a warning about reliance, or merely the musings of a night watchman missing his usual perch. Historians still debate whether moonlight visibility was a blessing or boon to stargazers during those times. The argument rages on in dusty tomes, somewhere between temple lore and state records. Your finger glides over the last notation, written just last monsoon, a reminder of the last crescent glimpse that ushered in a cloudless night of perfect observing conditions. Tomorrow's monsoon might shroud the sky again, but tonight, beneath its ephemeral calm, the records pulse with generations of lunar tide star charting. Every page you turn feels like flipping forward pages of the sky's own diary, kept safe till the next monsoon break. You tuck the scroll back carefully, its weight a comforting balance against lunar unpredictability. After all, it's the meticulous records of those between the rains nights that anchor the star charts as enduring as stone, more rhythmic than tides. Every monsoon's quiet night adds a line, a beat in the celestial symphony, written not in stardust, but in enduring ink. You gently blow a layer of dust from the scroll case, a familiar act grounding you amidst the paper whispers of the past. Here, tucked amid ancient records, lies the pulse of a civilization shaped not just by the sun's march, but by the cadence of the monsoon and the moonlit nights that stitched their intervals. Pulling another parchment into the moonlight's embrace, you feel echoes of countless eyes gazing back. These scrolls map not just the sky's quilted splendor, but the cultural tapestry bound to its celestial cycles. Did you know that during the Gupta reign, star charts merged seamlessly with agricultural almanacs? Every rain droplet became a lesson, every clear span a starlit textbook for planting and harvest schedules. But one quirky holdover from those eras was the belief that the Pleiades cluster's first winter sighting heralded both monsoon retreat and prime wedding season. Go figure, like the universe decided your monsoon crops should accompany your love life. Here's a fascinating entry about a festival night when astronomy and ritual intertwined during a fortuitous monsoon gap in the month of Shravana. Imagine it. Families gathered under a starlit dome, their offerings mirrored by the gleaming celestial bodies above. What do you think the priests would say when clouds threatened to eclipse their nightly readings? Not tonight, O ye sky gods. Probably. Historians still argue whether some of those lunar alignments were mere coincidences or part of intentional ritual planning. The divine and the temporal, interwoven in a cosmic dance. Your fingers catch on another creased page with a particularly ornate border, a blend of constellations depicted in stylized script, reminiscent of temple friezes. This ornate section marks a grand convergence, a rare celestial event where Venus, Mercury, and the moon aligned in Sagittarius. Some historians playfully refer to this as the Celestial Council meeting, a night when astronomers and court astrologers pooled their interpretations. Fringe theories abound that this alignment inspired not just cosmic charts, but early city planning. Imagine your urban architecture mimicking star patterns. As you unfurl another aged vellum, a faint chuckle escapes. Here's an entry made during a monsoon, particularly harsh. Noted for a strange weather phenomenon, a double rainbow arcing between rain squalls. One jesting scribe left a note. May the rains part, but keep the gods entertained. The levity stands in sharp contrast to the precision around it. And speaking of quirks, did you know a fringe sect among astronomers once posited that lightning strikes were celestial entities practicing archery? I know, right? Thunderous target practice. Suddenly, another passage catches your eye. During some monsoon cycles, records note prolonged stretches of milky skies, a term still open to interpretation. Some experts think this refers to cloud formations, others to an atypical dust phenomenon scattering moonlight. Historians still argue whether this term held a practical observation value or merely served poetic description. You lean in closer, squinting at the faint ink as if deciphering the skies themselves. Another section reveals detailed notations about moon shadow lengths taken with gnomon instruments. Experts use the angle to determine northern latitudes during rain-free nights. In those days, even moonlight served as an unexpected measuring stick. Can you picture ancient astronomers tilting back their heads, letting faint silver beams trace lines across stone slabs? They did it all, architects of time, wielding sundials by starlight with the monsoon's lullaby in the background. There it is, another quirky entry. A scribe's hastily added note in the margins about starfish leaping during waning moon nights. Was this actual astronomical observation or poetic embellishment? The fringe interpretation suggests it might describe sporadic meteor sightings in folklore, where falling stars became skyborne creatures. Maybe some Gupta-era astronomer poet moonlighting as a fisherman of stars. Pause again, drawn back to an entry during a particularly dry monsoon cycle, a rare occurrence noted with both dread and scholarly intrigue. The record reads with a mix of caution and reverence, noting celestial alignments as if they might summon the rain's return. Here, astronomy and prayer meld as seamlessly as sky and earth. Historians still argue whether this dry spell led to the first codified star-based rain-summoning rituals. Finally, you reach a particularly thoughtful passage, a contemplation on the star's ability to predict Earth's moods. While modern science finds comfort in mathematical prediction, these ancient observers found spiritual and practical unity in stellar positions. They measured lunar cycles not just for harvest timing, but as emotional seasons, a way of attuning human rhythms with the cosmos. Their star maps become not just geographical, but a roadmap to the human experience through the lens of the seasons. Under the weight of so many careful eyes and careful ink strokes, you find yourself reflecting each monsoon cycle with its clear breaks and stormy veils is like life's breath, inhales of clarity and exhales into the night, sky's unfathomable depths, measured out by those who watched just as you do now. Under the ephemeral calm between rains, tomorrow's storm might obscure the stars again. But for tonight, the pulse of generations anchors you in this celestial rhythm, written in the enduring ink of the monsoon sky. Days grow shorter as the monsoon's pulse shifts, and you find yourself in the thick of this seasonal transition. The sky's changing angles are intimate companions, with the sun dipping quicker behind the horizon. It's as if twilight has an earlier curfew these days. You can practically hear the celestial spheres adjusting their rhythm. Out here, every shift in nature is synchronized with the heavens. The monsoon, an almost clockwork system, marks more than time. It imprints cultural memory. You remember that festival night from Shravana, where the stars punctuated the end of the rains with glowing precision. Now the stars signal the approach of another pivotal moment. Historians still argue whether the monsoon itself nudged seasonal worship into the cosmos. You glance up and see the same sky, yet everything is different. Did you know that the ancient Greeks had a similar seasonal alignment trick, but with olives instead of monsoons? Go figure. Two civilizations tracking time with their favorite local rain events. But there's a fringe belief among some historians that the monsoon cycle actually inspired the Greek calendrical models. Talk about ancient internet before Wi-Fi. Imagine standing on temple steps, stone worn by centuries of wading feet, as you watch those first monsoon-free stars shine a bit longer. The air feels charged, like a prelude before a symphony's first note. It's like nature's giving a heads up through its stars, whispering, "Get ready, the rains are about to change again." And those astronomers, ever precise, could predict this shift with almost eerie accuracy. Scrolls from this period reveal a practice so fascinating. It sounds like celestial gossip. It's called watching the Pleiades climb, essentially tracking their ascension in the sky as a clear sky's harbinger. Imagine standing there, eyes squinting upwards every evening, just waiting for those little sisters of the sky to signal rain season's break, like a cosmic baton pass. Some scholars, the quirky ones, believe there was a monsoon star deity cult, complete with midnight rites and offerings of, wait for it, glowing lotus flowers. There's an entry here, smudged but still readable, where an astronomer poet mused about this exact transition. They noted the stars and the monsoon like two friends playing a game of catch. The sky would send down rains, then pull it back, revealing glittering winds in between. That balance between rain and celestial clarity shaped more than just almanacs. It influenced temple architecture, aligning sanctums with the very stars that punctuated seasonal shifts. And just between us, some fringe theorists argue that ancient stargazers may have timed the laying of temple cornerstones to align with these monsoon shifts, as if to harness the sky's shifting power directly into their sacred spaces. Talk about astrological feng shui. It's during these hinge moments, between the tail of one season and the dawn of another, that you feel the full symphony of this celestial tradition. Stars marking time, not just as a clock, but as intimate guides threading through human life and nature's caprice. Each clear night is a gift of clarity in the otherwise tempestuous monsoon tapestry. So as you watch the heavens unfold one more layer of their ancient wisdom, it's almost as if you can hear the whispers of those who came before. They stand beside you in spirit, sharing in this timeless dance. The monsoon shifts, the stars align, and for tonight, the world feels etched in the eternal rhythm of celestial timepieces and seasonal breaths. In the soft hum of this ancient cadence, one thing remains clear: the monsoon and its starry interludes aren't just moments in time, they're chapters in the enduring story of those who learned to navigate by them. The sky changes again, promising another cycle, and with it, another invitation to keep watching, keep charting, and let the monsoon sky's breath guide your own. As you stand there, bathed in the soft twilight glow, you feel the pull of ancient rituals, ceremonies that tied celestial patterns to monsoon rhythms. These weren't just astronomical observations, they were spiritual engagements. You think of those elaborate rituals held whenever specific star groupings emerged, rites that might seem like cosmic festivals to the untrained eye. Imagine the scene: temple courtyards filling with chanting priests, flames from ghee lamps casting flickers against stone idols, each one representing both a deity and a celestial body. It's here that the monsoon reigns, those vital lifeblood providers, intertwined deeply with the cosmos. You're not just observing the skies, you're enacting a millennia-old dance of reverence and anticipation. Did you know there exists an obscure text, often overlooked, where it's mentioned that festival dates were set by star alignments, coinciding with monsoon rhythms? The monsoon season's lulls acted as cosmic intermissions for these skywatchers. Historians still argue whether the precise timing of these ceremonies led to more prosperous rainfall. Maybe the universe was just that invested. One quirky theory claims that astronomers used aromatic resins released during these ceremonies to actually smell the seasons changing. While it sounds like something out of an aromatherapy catalog, you can't shake the mental image: ancient priests breathing deep while tracing celestial patterns, finding seasonal markers through their noses. If that's true, then maybe smellscapes were as crucial for them as star maps. The alignment between stars and seasonal shifts wasn't just about weather prediction. It often dictated entire societies' rhythms. Consider the festival called N, a K letter 1E63, a TR, a yatra. It's believed this event was so meticulously timed that its very name translates to star procession. You can almost picture it: people flowing through streets lined with flower petals, eyes darting between firelit processions, and the night sky above. Now, this bit's a bit more speculative. Remember how I joked about glowing lotus offerings? There's a fringe theory that the luminous properties of certain flowers were used to mirror the shimmering starlight, creating a dual pathway for spiritual and astronomical intents. Think of lanterns reflecting on temple pools, but with petals. You might laugh, but it's fascinating to consider how sensory these rituals were. They didn't just watch the stars, they felt them, smelled them, heard them all come alive. Some historians argue that these rituals might have included the release of sky lanterns. Imagine small, lit papyrus vessels sent aloft to mirror those astral bodies directly. It's a charming thought, though open to debate. Would it have been a symbolic act asking the skies to favor them with timely rains? Or perhaps a way to communicate with those who charted the heavens high above? Now think of those ancient observers, as much poets as scientists, etching records onto palm leaves, aligning rituals and rains with an almost poetic precision. Their calendars were woven from celestial threads. This wasn't just methodical recording. It was storytelling in an astronomical vernacular. They were writing a celestial epic, one night at a time. With each phase of the moon and each clear night between rains, you witness the culmination of centuries of celestial reverence. Stars not just as markers of time, but as catalysts of culture, sparking festivals that blended spirituality with astronomical acumen. It's a beautiful thought, the universe's rhythms imprinted in human practice, creating bridges between the heavens and earthly life. And there you are, standing amid the echoes of countless ancient gazes turned skyward, feeling the resonance of those who found deeper meaning in the monsoon breaks. Every shift in the monsoon seasons isn't just a weather transition, it's a cultural and spiritual passage guided by those twinkling, ever-present stars. Today, the stars hold their breath along with the rain, waiting for the moment when their light bursts forth, once again guiding humanity's timeless dance. Each star mapped holds secrets. They're not just points of light, but weather oracles. You marvel at how old the Gupta astronomers must have felt tracing those tiny constellations. You almost hope they left some cheat sheets for future skywatchers. Imagine the shortcuts. Take, for example, the asterism called Aja. Historians think it symbolized monsoon clouds gathering, but that meaning could hinge on which ancient sage you ask. Did they see a goat or a swirling mass of vapor? Or were they maybe just really into astral sheep counting? You chuckle, picturing yourself trying to get a good night's sleep, counting monsoon patterns instead of fluffy clouds. This isn't quite counting sheep, ancient style. 3 constellations, 4 rain clouds. Experts think the Vertica grouping might have predicted storm intensity, a bit like a stellar rainfall gauge. Each star alignment might have been read like tea leaves, more celestial, less caffeinated. We've all needed a sign, right? Maybe they were getting divine weather reports. These star patterns weren't just for show. The constellation Kritika was believed to herald the monsoon's first downpour. Picture villagers watching the skies, praying for Kritika's appearance. You'd think of it like a cosmic delivery, person finally arriving with a long-awaited parcel. Somewhere, a quirky Gupta scientist might have joked, "Did you hear? Kritika got held up in Virgo again." But maybe that was just a celestial game of hide-and-seek with the clouds. Historians still argue whether these mappings guided farming cycles or vice versa. Was it Kritika guiding the planting time, or clever farmers knowing exactly when to look up? Like any good chicken and egg debate, it's still up in the scholarly air. You envision those ancient maps with symbols more ornate than you'd find in most horoscopes. Symbols etched with charcoal on palm leaves, delicate yet full of foresight. Imagine if you could decode those symbols today. Could you time your own garden perfectly with the seasons? It's fascinating how each symbol might have represented not just a star, but a weather pattern. The swastika symbol, for instance, is believed to represent sunshine or good fortune, perfect timing for drying out those monsoon-drenched fields. And think of Rohini. Experts argue its appearance dictated sowing seasons. Could Rohini have been a celestial farmer with a plow, or a rain herald with an umbrella? Your inner astronomer farmer laughs, mixing planting guides with zodiac symbols for ancient crop rotation. You remember those old temple murals where some stars were depicted almost like divine hands reaching down, guiding, warning, blessing. The way ancient symbols often do, blending myth with science. That's quite a portfolio for a few twinkling points. Some star names are straightforward. Arundhati means the bright one. Others, less so, like a pigeon tied to victory, perhaps over the dry spells. Thankfully, stars didn't play politics. You quip. Imagine arguing over which constellation controlled your irrigation rights. Some scholars posit that they even had stellar symbols for breaks between monsoons. A rare gap in the rain and boom. There's a star pattern to celebrate. You half expect the ancients called them the dry spells, complete with star twinkle and cosmic fanfare. And it wasn't just about rain prediction. These ancient astronomers were living astrological calendars, marking days, months, and seasons through celestial symbols. You can picture an ancient Gupta planner filled with celestial stick figures and crop emojis. But of course, not all symbols had practical uses. Some were purely poetic, like Danishta, an intricate pattern rumored to spark epic tales during monsoon lulls. Picture ancient sagas woven into star maps and open-air storytelling. Now, some modern enthusiasts believe those symbols even influenced architectural planning. Maybe your next house should be designed with both blueprints and star charts. You chuckle. Imagine explaining that to a contractor. Yes, I need the bathroom window to align with Purva Ashadha for optimal moonlighting. You stroll through your mental gallery of celestial symbols, each one a tiny weather prophecy. They held so much power, an ancient form of daily forecasting, far less cluttered than our modern apps. and maybe just as reliable. This deep connection to the skies and their shifting symbols must have felt almost like holding weather wisdom in the palm of one's hand. Each symbol, a fragment of an eternal monsoon diary, blending science and reverence. Imagine standing under the same sky, seeing the same patterns, and feeling a bridge to those starry gazers of old. You might not grow rice paddies, but there's something poetic in knowing those ancient watchers saw the same symbols you do now. The last star's light flickers through monsoon haze as your thoughts linger on the rich tapestry of symbols that once mapped India's skies. They're more than dots up there. They're whispers of monsoons past, etched in the silent language of constellations. And you, standing under the same sky, carry on that ancient gaze, knowing you're just another chapter in this cosmic story. You peer at the night sky, tracing each point of light with a sense of history. Every symbol you see tonight builds on the legacy left by those Gupta astronomers. Picture how many lifetimes of knowledge are embedded in each star pattern, each constellation you glance at, layer upon layer of observations, refinements. Every tiny speck in this vast sky holds stories of precise celestial mapping perfected over generations. The constellation Kritika, for example, likely appeared countless monsoon cycles ago. Historians say it represents the Pleiades, but also served as a seasonal harbinger. When you see those 6 tiny stars clustering, think about the countless ancient eyes before you, peering through monsoon veils, etching their knowledge onto the night sky. Some astronomers even believed lunar cycles provided perfect mapping moments. Imagine ancient scholars watching the moon, its phases acting as a celestial clock. Each crescent and gibbous night potentially offered new star alignments that could predict the monsoon's exact temper. Moonlight provided a gentle glow when the storms raged too fiercely, a quieter canvas for precise readings. Historians still argue whether these lunar maps were initially tied to agricultural cycles or celestial traditions. Perhaps, like our modern debates, it was a mixture, practical needs twined with cosmic awe. The quirky part, some records suggest scholars drew celestial maps with charcoal smudges and palm leaves. Imagine the precision needed to map planets with sticks and moonlight. Meanwhile, modern astronomers have computers. Talk about upgrading your toolkit. You feel a slight breeze rustling the leaves around you, the night air thick with anticipation. Generations of Gupta astronomers recorded observations, etching patterns onto the sky and transferring this knowledge orally. Imagine the stories traded over countless moonlit nights. Remember those star symbols for breaks between monsoons. Some ancient texts say astronomers would host small feasts when observing clear skies. Picture them sharing lentils and spiced lentils, joking about which star appeared next. Maybe it was the ancient form of star party networking. In this way, their nightly quests were as social as they were scientific. One constellation might have been a point of communal pride. Did your region's star pattern predict the monsoon more accurately? That could be the ultimate cosmic bragging rights. Not all symbols were for serious farmers, though. There were probably star charts filled with poetic notes. Imagine a starry night where ancient poets whispered verses inspired by the moon's glow, or lovers swore eternal oaths beneath Rohini's light. Take the ancient asterism, a pigeon. Some argue it represents a celestial ladder connecting earth and sky. Think of the ancient astronomers, perhaps staring up and thinking they could climb right up those stars, bridging human wisdom with divine foresight. And don't forget, not every interpretation was straightforward. The same symbols could serve spiritual rituals, seasonal predictions, and even romantic assignations. Multitasking stars, decades passed, yet each monsoon brought new data, new clarity. Each raindrop a lesson, adding depth to those layers of celestial understanding. Stars didn't just move, they taught, they predicted, and they guided. It was like creating a living diary. If words faded, the sky always held its truths. Those ancient scholars probably dreamed under the same constellations you see now, hearing stories from the shimmering dots above. Tonight, as you stand under the infinite sky, know that you're part of an ongoing celestial story. Gupta astronomers charted skies between monsoon storms, and their legacy persists in each clear night. Each symbol you observe continues their quest, preserving wisdom as steady as the stars themselves. A soft sigh escapes as you realize those ancient eyes before you, whether in awe, reverence, or meticulous observation, are part of the continuous dance between earth and sky. Their milestones shape the tapestry above, stitching wisdom through time, layer by layer, until every rain-blessed, star-painted moment becomes part of humanity's endless skywatch. You marvel at their ability to weave weather prediction into their celestial charts. Those Gupta astronomers weren't just mapping stars. They were decoding the sky's language, translating it into earthly rhythms. Remember how they watched lunar eclipses, waiting for the Earth's shadow to reveal the best mapping chances. This precise tracking meant life and livelihood for farmers who depended on perfectly timed planting. Each rain-free window became a golden opportunity to capture new patterns. Did you know scholars think some ancient charts included planetary retrogrades to predict shifts in monsoon intensities? When planets like Jupiter appeared to backtrack in their orbits, it might have signaled approaching storms. Picture an astronomer carefully noting this retrograde motion. Could the next monsoon be early or fiercer than expected? This meticulous observation turned the sky into a grand cosmic forecaster. Historians still argue whether these early astronomers understood gravitational influences on monsoon cycles. Experts speculate they saw planetary alignments in ways modern science is still unlocking. Maybe they sensed underlying forces we only glimpse through complex equations today. You take a slow breath, feeling the weight of their task. Accurate maps weren't just academic, they were vital. Farmers needed to know the best planting times to the day, not the season. Every tiny constellation, like Ashlesha, formed from two tiny overlapping stars, held secrets to future rains. Experts think Ashlesha emerged during heavy monsoon periods, acting as a stellar warning flag. Historians note its dual stars appear low on the horizon right after peak rain cycles, marking a celestial reset button for the Earth. While mapping rain patterns, astronomers had quirky approaches. Some records suggest they may have used pigeon droppings to calibrate their crude astrolabes. Think of a birdwatcher with scientific aspirations. Imagine adjusting your instrument for a precise sky reading, only to rely on a pigeon's precise aim for your calibration material. Who knew birds could be such meticulous astronomers? But it wasn't just random squiggles on parchment. Decades of observing built complex data layers. Imagine ancient scientists debating. Remember 10 monsoons ago, Jupiter's position was slightly left of Rohini. Did the rains come earlier that year? Each discussion shaped new understanding. They were piecing together a living puzzle where every piece was time-stamped by celestial motions and monsoon heartbeats. Open debates still challenge us today. Historians argue whether monsoon cycles influenced early architectural designs. Some think temples were aligned with constellations to channel seasonal rains for rituals. Picture ancient engineers arguing over stellar templates while measuring foundations with palm leaf scripts. Could that temple angle help harness monsoon waters for purification ceremonies? Tonight, as the sky unfolds above you, know you're sharing this cosmic conversation. Precision in those ancient maps still guides today's monsoon predictions. Every symbol and alignment remains a time-tested ally for those awaiting the rains. Whether you're gazing up for romance, navigation, or just awe, those ancient astronomers' careful notes still weave through the sky's fabric, stitching wisdom with every passing monsoon. All elements align now. You witness the celestial symphony unfolding. As you trace the ancient charts, a pattern emerges. Every constellation, every planet holds its place in this grand cosmic orchestration. The meticulous records of planetary retrogrades, those backward dances of celestial bodies, come alive under your gaze. When Mars swings into its retrograde arc, it's as if an ancient alarm bell rings. You picture the moment. Astronomers, their hearts racing when they caught this planetary shift, knowing it foretold monsoonal fluctuations. Did a backward drift signal harsher summer storms? Historians still argue whether our understanding of retrogrades impact rivals theirs. Imagine the Gupta astronomers squinting across olden skies, eyes fixed between raindrops. They had no high-power telescopes, just their keen eyes and the whispers of experience. Experts think some charted not only stars, but the subtle interplay of Saturn's movement to predict the monsoon's fury. In those moments, Saturn's retrograde wasn't merely a cosmic show, it was a harbinger of flooding or drought. Picture them scribbling frantic notes on parchment as a raindrop splattered across their observations. Did they think the universe was winking at their progress? You smile at the idea of celestial forecasts shared around crackling fires. Ancient sages leaned forward, perhaps tossing a nugget of amusement. Remember when Mars went backward and the rains never came? A few chuckles at the memory. No, these weren't idle stargazers. Theirs was a life and death ballet of readings and reckonings. Now you understand why those sky records held life's rhythms, timed like heartbeats between monsoon drums. Farmers looked skyward, seeking not just stars, but lifelines among the constellations. Remember the Ashlesha constellation. Those twin stars peaking post-monsoon became nature's reset button. When you spot them, breathe in the heavy clouds will part, and new planting horizons await. A cosmic clockwork indeed, but here's a quirky twist. Some experts think that Gupta astronomers might have used bird flights to calibrate their astrolabes. Imagine tracking a pigeon's arc across the sky, each trajectory a potential calibration. You almost hear their debates. But did the pigeon fly true last night? We need to account for its morning snack. A celestial observation dance intertwined with avian antics. And in this final act, you see how time, planets, and monsoons create an ancient tableau still deciphered today. Every passing monsoon season, those sky notes guide forecasts. The dance is perpetual. Saturn's retrograde, Ashlesha's low peep, the pigeon's flight path all play roles in this grand, ongoing cosmic performance. With each celestial alignment, history and astronomy converge into a timeless, echoing refrain, promising rain and renewal. Tonight, as you lie under the monsoon's lullaby, remember those ancient astronomers, how their sky maps weren't mere ink on parchment, but lifelines etched in the stars. Their voices whisper with comets' tales, and with each celestial movement, their wisdom dances across the sky, guiding humanity's path through time. You feel history's weight settle softly, a whisper held between stars. Those Gupta astronomers, their toil wasn't just for the curious mind. You imagine them hunched over scrolls by oil lamps, a gentle smile as they prepare to share their knowledge. This isn't just about tracking retrogrades or deciphering constellations. No, tonight is about legacy, a transference of wisdom from sky to soil. Imagine a farmer arriving at dawn, sandals drenched from dew. He approaches cautiously, as if entering a sacred space. The astronomer unfurls a celestial map stained with raindrops and ink blots. There are murmured phrases, the cadence familiar. See here, when the twins ascend, they're not just speaking of stars, but of cycles, planting times, and harvests entwined with the cosmos. Historians still argue whether these star maps doubled as seasonal almanacs, yet in this moment, that answer seems almost trivial. The essence is in the sharing. Each detail a thread woven into the fabric of survival. And here's a bit of fun. Did you know they might have traded star charts for freshly baked atta bread? You can almost taste the yeasty smell mingling with the musk of olden manuscripts. Picture this: a quiet barter in moonlit alcoves where celestial secrets brush against warm, flaky crusts. A cosmic loaf exchange. These ancient scholars understood that knowledge must cascade beyond stone walls. They ventured to marketplaces, voices blending with the clamor of vendors, extolling fragrant spices, hand-woven silk, and now cosmic guidance. Did they chuckle at curious children tugging on their robes, eyes wide with wonder? Perhaps in their gentle sarcasm, they whispered, "Yes, that star there, it's the one that'll tell your crops to grow faster." A knowing smile behind thick-rimmed glasses made from ox gut. Here's a critical piece. The timing wasn't mere coincidence. Farmers couldn't wait until seasons blindly unfolded. They required forecasts intertwined with star maps. You envision a bustling village square where constellations are as familiar as neighbors' faces. A farmer leans in. "Tell me, what does Leo's tail mean for the monsoon's edge?" The answer isn't in cryptic symbols, but in a shared language, their fates bound to the same sky. And let's be honest, who didn't want to know when to plant or when to shield their fields from potential floods? Every lunar cycle, solar eclipse, and planetary alignment wasn't just observed, but decoded, becoming a lifeline handed down over generations. This wasn't the ivory tower of pure research. This was life, raw and unfiltered. You realize now why their legacy survives monsoon, swell, and time alike. These astronomers didn't just study the heavens, they lived under them. Each map wasn't a detached study, but a living, breathing extension of culture. From crop cycles to societal rhythms, the celestial ballet dictated rhythms of life below. Imagine gatherings under star showers, tailies of Orion guiding planting seasons, or whispers of Virgo marking harvest's end. With each whispered secret shared, you almost hear the crunch of papyrus, the flutter of leaves as scrolls unravel. Here was their pride, not in seclusion, but in illumination. These weren't distant seers casting predictions from shadows. They were the heart of society, guiding steps through cosmic whispers. When the monsoon's calm settles, you feel it. A harmony still echoing across centuries. Celestial mapping wasn't just about stars traced. It was also about fates bound. With every constellation aligned, every alignment shared, a promise emerged under monsoon's gaze. The knowledge passed isn't just ink on aged paper. It's a lifeline pulsating with stars. And tonight, as you stand under monsoon's serenade, the Gupta Astronomers' whispers feel closer. Their wisdom isn't locked in observatories, but scattered in soil and souls. Every mapping session a verse in humanity's enduring anthem, sung between flashes of rain and pauses of sunlit reprieve. Through through cycles of moonrises, star alignments, and monsoon's breaths. Their voice remains a guidepost, a testament to a celestial exchange that still echoes in the night's hushed tones. You tread softly through time's delicate fabric, your presence almost a reverence. Centuries have passed, yet each monsoon's dance with the stars is still etched in memory. There's a quirkiness here, a charming oddity perhaps. Some star charts were supposedly protected with turmeric paste to repel mold. Imagine the astronomers, in the dimmest hours, carefully sealing their parchments, the scent of earth intermingling with spices. A spicy cosmic shield, you trace their meticulous observations, a pattern evolving over decades, small shifts that spoke volumes. Every monsoon brought with it not just rains, but revelations, celestial whispers nudging the known sky. Historians still argue whether the subtle shifts in star alignments truly influenced agricultural cycles or remained purely of curious academic interest. Yet, here beneath a tapestry of glittering constellations, what matters more is the enduring dedication to observation. Did you know they sometimes used edible ink? No, really, certain harmless plant extracts for ink that could be, well, ingested in worst-case scenarios. Imagine an astronomer, caught without supplies, nibbling the edge of a scroll. A tiny grin forms at the thought. With every monsoon cycle, adjustments, almost imperceptible, yet transformative over time, shaped the maps. The precision they sought wasn't static, but a living record responding to nature's tempos. You can almost see the debates. Were these celestial maps the ancient world's GPS, guiding vessels through the monsoon's temperamental seas? The conversations perhaps took place beneath palm fronds, each participant's voice a note in humanity's enduring symphony. As you consider how the charts evolved, you glimpse another facet. Astronomers as timekeepers, not just for themselves, but for entire communities. The tiny adjustments became markers of resilience against the backdrop of inevitable change. Monsoon patterns shifting slightly, star trails hinting at new understandings, each tiny move in cosmic arrangements, a testament to human perseverance. You recall the old legend. The star of Danishta's gentle drift meant new soil fertility cycles were underway. Perhaps they teased the farmers, don't plant under haste this year. You'll only get monsoon-soaked sprouts. A knowing look as the map unrolls again. Every tiny amendment a note in the grand cosmic score. A quirky reminder remains how they stored maps. Rolled, then dipped in clay pots filled with clarified butter to ensure longevity. Imagine the scent, a combination of ghee-rich aroma mingled with aged papyrus. A historical fact, these clay containers were reused for cooking during winters, making their knowledge a literal part of the daily sustenance. With every monsoon break, the astronomers welcomed revisions. The sky was a canvas, never finished, always revealing more. Did they ever joke when the rains would stop? Let's see what new secret the stars are hiding today. Their tools improved, their methods refined, but the essence of their role remained unchanged. A whisper in one ear, then another, cascading knowledge that transcended generations. Each careful entry in their records marked not just time's passage, but humanity's unfolding tale. The adjustments made weren't just ink strokes, they were lifelines extended through space and time. Tonight, every breath taken under monsoon skies feels steeped in their timeless legacy. The knowledge they left is more than data or celestial coordinates. It's the heartbeat of civilizations synchronized with the cosmos. In these quiet moments after monsoon rains fade, you listen to their echo. Every revision, every tiny edit is a testament to resilience and adaptation. The maps they cherished remain not fossils, but dynamic guides for those who followed. Each change, meticulously noted, became part of a living conversation between earth and sky, an exchange that continues even now as you stand under monsoon-swept stars, feeling the weight of both history and future. Every careful entry in their records was not just ink strokes, but lifelines, linking us all through time. Historians still argue whether these ancient sky watchers anticipated future global navigation methods, or if their precision remained only regionally influential. Regardless, their cosmic notes echo today in many unexpected ways. Imagine astronomers tracing patterns across different monsoon cycles. Each tiny shift in star alignment whispered new clues about celestial mechanics, but the real treasure was how this knowledge traveled, carried by travelers, etched into stone, and passed through whispers between civilizations. The Gupta-era sky maps even influenced Greek star lore, though how exactly this cross-cultural exchange happened remains delightfully mysterious. Let's pause for a moment and picture a monk diligently transcribing charts onto a palm leaf. A storm brews beyond his window, but he remains calm. He adds secret notes in the margins, using, get this, sap from a rare berry blend said to make the ink taste unremarkably tangy. You can't help but chuckle at the thought. As cultures collided, so did their celestial wisdoms. Some historians believe the Mayans had strangely similar astronomical models to Gupta's despite oceans apart. Of course, any suggestion they might have swapped notes is met with scholarly eyebrow raises. Nevertheless, the fact remains distinct star patterns can hint at distant cousins across the global sky. Here's an intriguing tidbit. The star of Rohini reportedly marked the migration period for Asian elephants. Elephants would follow ancient paths that aligned with this star, nature's own cosmic compass, guiding them through monsoon seasons for thousands of years. You begin to wonder about the hidden rhythms in our world, not just seen in the skies, but lived across landscapes. Some experts argue the precise Gupta-era star paths indirectly laid groundwork for sea navigation centuries later. You imagine ancient mariners squinting through monsoon haze, murmuring prayers as they adjusted courses, guided by patterns whispered into their sails. Historians still debate whether sailors truly navigated first by these celestial maps, or had their own earlier methods, another tantalizing mystery. You can picture astronomers in hushed chambers, comparing notes with traders who shared legends of stars seen from the Silk Road. Each exchange became a tapestry stitched with shared human vision, a narrative spanning far beyond their own epochs. Their conversations probably went something like, "Have you seen their maps? The pole star dances differently in their records. Let's recall the quirky storage methods for maps across different cultures. Everything from beeswax coating to yak butter encasing. Imagine a Gupta chart tucked safely in ghee, while a faraway trader relied on thick honey layers to shield his parchments. These ancient librarians were truly culinary alchemists, preserving not only lore, but recipes of resilience. One must admire how these sky watchers crafted their models. No satellites or supercomputers. Just patience, curiosity, and a lot of squinting during those critical monsoon breaks. That persistence created a web that spanned centuries. Stars linked disparate communities, forming a vast net of shared understanding under rain-swept skies. Consider the historical moment when traders realized charts from the Indus blended seamlessly with Mediterranean ones, revealing a shared universe mapped independently. This led to an explosion of cross-cultural exchange, igniting early globalization threads. Today's astronomers, navigators, and historians all unknowingly pay tribute to these ancient mapmakers who stitched together our global heritage with celestial twine. In your reverie, you see them, the astronomers of yore, standing resolute as their legacy lives on through modern satellites and navigation systems. Each tiny revision they made is a ripple that reached across millennia, creating a cosmic web connecting us all under the same monsoon-fresh night sky. You step back from the window, feeling a deep connection to these ancient observers who saw their world and ours within those flickering stars. Every monsoon's arrival still whispers their stories today. You step back, mesmerized by how the past intertwines with present dreams beneath the same monsoon skies. But what of the whispers lingering in those ancient star patterns that you now cradle, as if holding cosmic secrets? The Gupta astronomers left behind not just charts, but a legacy threading through history, subtly influencing navigation techniques you barely recognize in today's satellites and smartphones. Historians still argue whether the Gupta astronomers truly intended their maps to be navigation tools. Did they seek to chart celestial mechanics beyond their own season's reigns? Or was their reach only as far as the horizon their eyes could see? Fascinating to think that even their uncertainties echo through time. You can imagine star charts etched onto bronze, traded along spice routes, their symbols blending into the languages of distant lands. Picture a caravan trader in robes frayed from too many journeys, studying those constellations by the flicker of a campfire, each star a point of shared knowledge, perhaps even fueling mythos about celestial snakes that guarded the night. You can't help but smirk at the image. The astronomers' precision influenced agricultural calendars, their notes guiding what seeds fell to earth under which star, Rahu or Ketu, might suggest certain planting times, each believed to hold sway over soil fertility and rainfall. Imagine an old farmer squinting upward, checking not just the weather, but the sky's stories passed from astronomers centuries prior. Their celestial rhythms were both map and myth, twin siblings guiding every monsoon season's planting cycles. Some fringe scholars argue that Gupta astronomers, in chasing star paths, were mapping not just seasons, but otherworldly realms. Was Rohini's path a journey taken by souls migrating? Or was that a leap too far, even for ancient imagination? The debate continues, fueled by those ancient charts etched with symbols that hint at mysteries beyond the horizon of our understanding. As monsoon rains once marked critical times for astronomers to observe clear nights, today we see their legacy in more ways than just stars. Imagine a world where cosmic knowledge, birthed from a wait between rains, created the foundations for global navigation. Their monsoon star maps laid down patterns that future sailors and explorers would come to rely on. A curious notion arises. Imagine the Gupta astronomers themselves, wondering at how future civilizations would rely on their star maps. Did they ever dream their humble records would span oceans, carried not by parchment alone, but in the blood memories of countless cultures? Your mind drifts to their quiet observatories, a world before modernity's hum, where stars reigned unchallenged. That Gupta astronomer, noting the precise path of Rahu's shadow across a harvest moon, set wheels in motion for future navigators battling monsoon seas. One can't help but marvel at how those same charts might have lain at the heart of ancient libraries, preserved in ghee-sealed scrolls, defying the ravages of time. Historians often ponder if Gupta precision in star paths indirectly enhanced early navigation across the Arabian Sea. Picture ancient mariners consulting those celestial maps, tracing Rahu's orbit not merely for spiritual significance, but as a literal guide through monsoon-driven mists. Some intriguing lore suggests the monsoon sky's patterns played prophetic roles in predicting not just weather, but grander terrestrial events. Was the arrival of the monsoon itself an anticipated dance of celestial bodies? Such whispers find credence in ancient texts that speak both of stars and tides, guiding farmers who read their soils through the cosmos. You recall hearing about odd storage techniques, scrolls preserved in beeswax, parchments coated in animal fats to withstand rain, each method born from a need to keep star maps intact through countless monsoons. Imagine a Gupta scholar carefully sealing charts in edible layers, blending culinary and cosmic wisdom in one alchemy of time. Let's not forget the less scholarly, but equally important, monsoon mythology that wove through these maps. There may have been tales of moon gods feasting on whole starry platters, or elephant-mounted deities riding paths of Rohini through the night. Was every star a myth in waiting, eagerly consumed between the breaks of monsoon clouds by those seeking more than celestial charts? A quirky note: while Gupta records show precise movements of stars, historians chuckle at tales of the legendary star elephant migrations, myths that elephants followed the star of Rohini to predict monsoon rains. Perhaps that explains all your wandering thoughts tonight. As the monsoon rains begin anew, you sense that rhythm, old patterns etched in star maps that live beyond eras. Those ancient astronomers crafted maps not just between rains, but between epochs, bridging worlds and minds. Each precise measurement of Jupiter's path during clear nights became the bedrock for future mariners lost in monsoon haze. Can you truly imagine their dreams, whispered through celestial patterns they left behind? Their methods carried not just on parchment, but through oral histories sung by poets and scholars, who, even during the dampest monsoon nights, recalled those cosmic coordinates. Picture a future traveler recounting tales of navigators, guided by constellations they first saw traced in Gupta ink, weaving their star maps with their ancestors' ancient whispers. Your fingertips brush over your own map, an heirloom of sorts, passed through time. The knowledge encoded in those Gupta star patterns reaches beyond, stitching together the dreams of countless generations awaiting their monsoon break, and finding solace in the same cosmos stretched across time. In that chart's creases lay the journey of humanity itself. Each monsoon season a page in a grand celestial tome. As you prepare your own charts, mindful of the monsoon's whims and the sky's answers, you realize the enduring whispers. Those same stars guide and teach, binding all astronomers across millennia under the same watchful, rain-clouded sky. Every line traced becomes a living hymn, sung by those who first dared to dream and document under the vast canopy of ever-turning stars. And so, beneath tonight's monsoon drizzle, you trace patterns in a modern notebook, knowing you're writing in an age-old manuscript that binds the cosmos to humanity's ceaseless curiosity. As you step back, mesmerized by how the past intertwines with present dreams beneath the same monsoon skies, your spirit finds gentle comfort. The whispers lingering in those old, star-patterned maps you hold gently unravel the mysteries of those Gupta astronomers. Their maps, more than tools, are threads weaving through history, silent lessons subtly echoing in our everyday satellites and smartphones. Gupta astronomers didn't just observe, they dreamt of stars as stories, of cosmic pathways blending into myths that traversed spice routes along with those fragile charts. Each symbol a piece of hope for traders staring into campfires. Their constellations whispered secrets to farmers under monsoon clouds, guiding seeds and seasons through tales of celestial guardianship. Histories fringed debates whether their knowledge bridged just skies or other worlds. Imagine Rohini's mythical path, an ethereal journey for souls, or a poetic stride taken by the ambitious imagination. In those charts, sealed in ghee, protected by beeswax, a legacy was forged, carried by blood and memory. Each pattern a compass for souls adrift in monsoon mists. Recall those olden observatories, where the silence was only broken by ink on parchment, where stars were the lone sentinels, guiding not just sailors battling monsoon-heavy seas, but dreamers envisioning realms beyond their monsoon nights. Each scroll, a sacred pact between earth and cosmos, their wisdom enduring floods and times wear. As the rain renews itself, so does the rhythm of that ancient dance. Stars, once mapped between the breaks of monsoon rains, now guide mariners and dreamers alike across epochs. Their precise celestial notes, sung through generations, bring not just navigational guidance, but a sense of connection and solace. Your own hand traces those ancient patterns on a modern page, feeling not just the ink, but the shared heartbeats of astronomers across millennia. Under tonight's soft drizzle, every line you draw is a hymn to an enduring cosmos. Beneath the watchful, rain-clouded sky, their whispers become your dreams, the monsoon itself your witness, holding both the past and future in its ceaseless rhythm. So, drift peacefully tonight, knowing that you are part of an endless celestial song, gently sung under ever-turning, ever-watchful stars.